Hello and welcome everybody. We're at past. I can start the game now. Yay. Oh, Jesus. Right. Cool. Cool. Right. Where are we? I'm going to just jump straight back into this. Today's going to be a clusterfuck, I know it. Right, let's go. Hello.
Sea lions. Hello.
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 Wait, what?
Quick question, right?
Hi.
Okay.
Don't ask.
What was the quick question?
So, having now been on a murdering spree with your Pokemon, is that making you more or less inclined to killing the party today?
Don't do it.
Think of Byram.
Listen,
gonna merge us.
we'll
I'm
just...
gonna get you
Well,
and, like Dion fused with Dolder.
look, here's what's going to happen, right? What we're going to do today is we're going to roll some dice and just see where the world takes us, okay?
Oh, we're gonna start rolling some characters.
Just gonna make new characters.
You'll be fine. Maybe next session. Right, well, wow, okay. Full party. Wasn't expecting.
Aha! Boundary link. Am I being blind?
It's the same link every
Good to be
week.
back.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Why don't you bookmark it? If you use it through a browser, why don't you bookmark the actual...
Oh, that's so technology.
That's a fact. That's true.
It is.
That is so technology. That is so technology. It's the new...
I've heard that once before.
Not me bookmarking Foundry right now.
Yeah.
Cokes, shush.
See, it wasn't just me. Was anyone else waiting, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
To be fair, Ram, it has changed like 3 times.
Exactly.
That's only because I had
Yeah.
technical issues at the start. It
I
hasn't
knew
changed
that.
for a long
That's
time
why
now.
I didn't bookmark it.
Yeah, I'm gonna use
Yeah,
that.
that's also why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
So about that TPK, huh?
Get it rolling.
Roll for initiative.
Wipe pipe.
What? Okay, yeah, like I said, I wasn't expecting a full party just yet, so I'm a little bit thrown.
Pretend I'm not here if you want. I mean.
No, I mean,
I can
like,
definitely just sit here. It's fine.
just wasn't expect, okay? Right, well,
Surprises.
without further ado, shall we just jump on in then? Let's see where shit goes.
Let's get the wipe pipe going.
Let's get this party on. Let's get it going. Right. Having come out victorious in the Battle of the Bands, and then triumphant in the fight for the Vale against the Unseelie, you took the time to bask in your glory and enjoy the pleasures which they entailed. With a host of various booze and food laid out for you, the town itself began to enjoy the merriment and the effects of the alcohol. For fuck's sake. Okay, do not look at chat.
Focus, Ram. Focus.
Sorry. So yeah, you all began to feel the effects of the alcohol and slowly one by one started to pass out. Garble, having been whisked away from the party by 3 beautiful satyrs, woke up the next morning, floating along the waters surrounding the gardens with only his hat in his possession. Looking around, he noticed an elvish gentleman enjoying the comforts of some early morning fishing, and was given some spare, modest if not dull garments to protect his decency, and a nice hearty breakfast to help lessen the hangover that he was suffering from. Following the elves' directions back into town, Garble bumped into the Minotaur Brutus, who it seemed had also suffered the same fate as himself, and was casually walking round town completely nude, searching for his things. Both of them, deciding to team up in their search, set off to track down their missing clothing. The rest of the party, however, in your various states, were scattered amongst the multitude of sleeping revellers within the local tavern, and you all one by one began to wake up. Lilith being the first, having been woken by the sounds of whispered voices. 3 female satyrs of varying ages were looming over the sleeping body of Quithus, and seemed to be using a leech to extract some of his blood. Of course, worried for your ally, A number of you rose from your sleep to find out what they were doing. During this discussion, they explained that they were the Sibyls of the Vale, the elders that saw about the running of the settlement, and that Nylea herself had asked them to collect the blood from Quithus as part of a deal that he had made with her. They apologised for the first impression that they had made, that may have left some of you feeling uneasy, explaining that they just wanted to ensure the saviours of their home enjoyed their well-earned rest and didn't want to disturb you from your recovery. With Quithus being deep asleep still, even now, they invited you all to dinner in the evening so that they could talk to you about what information Nylea had bestowed upon them, while you and the town were celebrating their freedom and eventually made their leave from the tavern. Groggily, you all managed to get some breakfast of your own as you surveyed the state of the tavern and noticed that Ajran and Ayara had seemingly woken up early and had ventured out themselves for an early morning walk around town. With time to kill, you decided to head out to do some shopping, which is when you came across the sight of Garble and Brutus looking up to a roof of a nearby shop, where both their suits had been placed on a pair of scarecrows in a position that would be fitting for the Kama Sutra. Recovering both their things, Brutus set out into town to track down the three satyrs with a happy little skip in his step, leaving the rest of you to enjoy your day of shopping. You left a request with the shopkeep for a number of items, for which you were told to visit back later, for once they'd got a chance to ask round town for them, as well as visiting the local auction house to see what goodies they had, and got the town inventor to start working on creating a couple designs for some unusual creations. With the afternoon pushing on into the early evening, you started to make your long trek up to Nylea's temple, where you luckily bumped into Ajran and Ayara, and Dulder used this time walking up the long winding stairs to inform you all of the dream he had the previous night, where he saw the creation of a range of powerful items that you would need to track down in order to aid you for what is to come. So, as you've approached the main doors of the temple, and the doors slowly start to open, the three Sibyls begin to walk out and greet you. Ah, you've made it. And they begin to look over your group, particularly Dion, Ayara and Boblin, recognising each of their individual ties to the goddess Nylea. Please welcome, most welcome of guests. You may enter, and they stand aside to let you within the chamber.
I take a really deep bow and thank them for allowing me into the temple. And I skitter in.
Okay. The previous morning, as you all enter, one by one, you'd first arrived in this main chamber of Nylea's temple, and it had become an overgrown mess from misuse. But now it's almost unrecognisable. Many of the wild twisting vines that had been pruned back, many of the moss-ridden statues have been cleaned back to the stone, and the walkways are now flanked to either side by flower beds where the flowers all seem to wave side to side as you enter, despite there being no breeze. Standing in the centre of this chamber, illuminated from the light coming from the glass-domed roof, is the tree you entered from. It's a pale bark trunk twisting up from the floor of the temple, a vibrant white that explodes into a rainbow of colour from its canopy, from all the different shaped leaves. We'll be pushing on into the rear chamber for dinner. And the eldest of the three Sibyls push past the tree and head towards a small hidden button on the rear wall. They give it a slight push, which causes a grinding sound as part of the wall itself begins to sink into the ground. Walking down a hallway, you enter a tall room, yet slightly cramped. You see a large circular table all laid out in plates and cups ready for your meal. Around the edge of the table is a weaving vine plant that seems to be pulsing and moving. Please take a seat where you like. We should also be joined by another guest who we believe can shed some light onto a great many matters. Let me just swap over the map. Immersion.
My immersion.
Immersion.
I'm so immersed.
Heck immersion. Wow.
Wow.
I'll sit right next to him.
Yeah, I just put you anywhere. I figured that
Yoink.
sit where you like. But the three Sibyls take the three kind of chairs that are kind of facing the door that you entered. As you sit down, the pulsing kind of vines that kind of surround this table or kind of almost like grow out and almost like offer a friendly little kind of wave as you sit down in front of the table.
I wave back.
Azrin just nudges Ayara and points to the tomatoes.
Her eyes are just wide.
As you point to one of the tomatoes, a vine from the actual plant around the edge of the table kind of scoops onto the tray and kind of lifts it out and carries it in front of you.
Oh my god. This is amazing.
Now, as one of the Sibyls kind of pipes up, she's kind of got long, kind of blonde hair, big kind of antler-style horns. First things first, let me once again share our gratitude for what your party have done for us. What you did yesterday will live long in the memory of the Vale. The Dawn Greets have been sent out into the material plane for thousands of years to befriend allies, so that should the Vale ever come into danger in Nylea's absence, we would have heroes willing to stand up and aid us. Never before has the Vale encountered such a threat as this, and be assured, you will all be immortalised in our history. And she kind of looks to you, Dion. It's unfair of us to ask you, Dion. You have already proved your worth as a Dawn Greet tenfold. But with Nylea in her state of recovery, the Vale is even more vulnerable than ever. She has told us what is to come on the material plane. The destruction and devastation there will be undoubtedly making its way here unless you are all successful in your task.
And what is our task?
At this point, as you kind of answer that, the door to the chamber slowly starts to grind open again. And you see a single solitary figure. A tall elven male with long flowing blonde hair. Along the edges near his neck and face you see the faint signs of tattoos creeping out from behind his ears and up from his chest. He's wearing a beautiful long flowing blue robe, crafted with exquisite detail and patterns that swirl around it, giving off a weird illusion that it makes it look like the surface of a moving river. He stands there for a moment looking around the table before pulling out a bottle of wine from behind his back. Sorry I'm late. It seems the town was practically drank dry the other night, and getting hold of this proved a mite tricky. Garble and Dion, you instantly recognise this person. This individual is the one that offered you some breakfast and some temporary clothes earlier in the day, Garble. And Dion, you know this to be Kalen, an old hermit that lives on the boundary of the town itself. He very rarely enters the Vale, often keeping to his own abode, and rumours float around that he is immortal.
Rumors also floated around that he was fucking hot, and that's right.
Dulder, also make an investigation check for me.
Oh boy. If I can get my dice out of their case.
Speaking of which, I got my green scale dragon D20.
Oh, you actually got the green
Nice.
scale one?
Yeah.
I have to bug you about that later. Alright, you said investigation?
Yes.
That is a 17.
Okay. Surprisingly, this elf's face also sparks a moment of recognition in your mind. Last night during your vision, you swear in the circle of elven enchanters that were imbuing the vestiges with power that this figure was one of them. Or at least looked very similar to one. But the eldest kind of Sibyl says, "Ah, Kalen, do come in and take a seat. You're just in time, actually." And he just kind of meanders in slowly and just kind of takes a seat closest to the door.
as he walks up towards the table, Dulder's eyes kind of like, he looks him over, and then like his eyes just kind of widen up, and he is definitely very intent on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So is Dion, but like for totally different reasons.
Look at his face.
So am I.
Very,
It's gorgeous.
Those beautiful eyes.
Beautiful.
So what seems to be the reason for this meeting, Sybils? Well, as I'm sure you've heard, Nylea has returned. And as Dulder, as you're kind of looking at over this elf, you can kind of see like a genuine sense of happiness kind of spread across his face at the news. Well, that's certainly good to hear. Still doesn't explain my invitation. It's been a number of years since I've wandered into the town itself. Well, we have some questions for you. And like to answer your question, Ajram. Nylea has imparted us with a vision that one of our guests here had last night. I'm afraid to say we have very little to offer in terms of information as to the location of these powerful artifacts. The celestial gods that did reside within the Feywild never returned after leaving to fight in the war. We are as in the dark as the rest of you. That being said, though, both the elves and dwarves seemed heavily involved in their creation. It would be wise to counsel them on any information they may have. At the mention of these items, give me an insight check, Dulder.
What item in the vision was he given?
He wasn't given one, he was creating them.
Oh, he's in the Circle of Mages?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you said insight?
Mm-hmm.
That is a 22.
At the mention of these items, Kalen begins to show noticeable signs of nervousness. You start to kind of see his hand kind of start to tremble, and his eyes are starting to kind of frantically look around at the group, kind of with curiosity and a little bit of panic.
At that reaction, Dolder will just kind of like narrow his eyes, lean in a little bit, and as soon as he catches Dolder's eyes, Dolder will slowly raise his hand and point towards Quithus and the shield he holds.
Yeah, and as he kind of drops sight of the shield, there's a look of, I've seen that before, recognition. One of the Sibyls continues. So how about it, Kalen? Do you have any information you could part with our newfound friends here? And at this point, I'd say probably all eyes to look around and now focus on the elf. How did you learn of them? And he's looking directly at you, Dolder.
I was going to say, I'm assuming that question was directed towards Dolder.
Yeah.
I was shown of their creation.
How?
That question could go either to me or to your Sibyls. There has been many visions shown to me by Ayun and by Moradin, though the origin of this one could be either of the two, but your goddess was with me in this vision.
Ayun's alive?
In a spiritual sense, if not a physical one.
Well,
And at that point, Dolder will kind of like fish out the amulet from his pouch and hold it up.
he kind of inspects it for a little bit, and there's like a slight kind of glow over his eyes, which Garble you recognise to be a detect magic spell. Well, some good news at last. Look, I have lived for a long time. I have seen nations rise and fall. I have seen villages turn to cities, and then those very cities turn to ash. Before the war with the gods broke out, it became apparent to a number of us across the world that powerful artifacts were being distributed amongst the mortals. These items were so powerful that they began to corrupt and curse the wielders, driving them mad and violent. One such individual was known as the Black Hand, a devious little shit that had the ability to jump through time using a ring. He was responsible for many deaths, including some close to me. I almost fell to the rotten scum too, but luckily I managed to escape here to the Feywild, where I found this settlement. I was nursed back to health by Nylia and her people, but by the time I returned to the material plane, everyone I'd ever known was dead, and the war between the gods had broken out. Chaos and carnage ran rampant, and Duldur, as you're kind of looking over him, you start to see the trembling in his hand is increasing. I have fought in many battles and wars, but nothing compared to this. It is often depicted as a war between good and evil, but it was far more complicated than that. Mostly because it was just a fight to live. Atrocities were committed on all sides. We simply did what we had to. During the peak of the war, a number of the deities approached me to assist in creating powerful vestiges in their name, to counteract the monsters that were wielding the arms of the betrayers, the items that I mentioned before. I was sent to a forge far below the surface where Corellin and Moradin awaited the arrival of the Pantheon's chosen. One by one they showed up, carrying tokens from their gods, and they were forged and shaped by two of the most skilled dwarven smiths in history. Once the items were given their form, I, along with a number of other elven mages, acted as conduits for the deities to pass their power through and into the items. The items were given to the champions of the gods, and then they left to go and fight on the front lines, side by side for the safety of the realm. But even armed with these items, a number of them fell in the war, and those that survived were overcome by the grief, despair, anger, who knows. But any survivors ventured off to live in isolation, never to be seen again. I'm afraid I can't tell you where these items are now.
Does it seem like he's going to be continuing, or was that him falling silent?
It's just kind of him falling silent. Like he's now kind of, his left hand is like trembling really badly, and he's trying to kind of block it with his right.
We do not seek the methods of crafting more of these weapons. We simply seek to find those belonging to the champions of the Pantheons. I do not know how much information Nylia has shared with you, and Duldur will look at all four of them, but the moon is once more breaking. There is nothing that can be done to prevent this. It is too far gone. One way or the other, we will face darkness again. The best we can do is rally what we can, so that when our gods return to us, we are ready to greet them and stand by them once more.
I appreciate you want to try and save people, you want to try and save the world, but after a war like that, it can change you. I once vowed never to use my magical abilities, short of a few weak cantrips, again. And for the most part, I've kept true to my word. I've only ever deviated from it once, and when I deviated from it then, it just seemed to bring more misery once more. Have you ever considered that the betrayers probably were correct?
There will be a moment when he says that where Duldur's hand just instantly goes to the haft of his hammer, and he just kind of tenses up for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I would choose your next words very carefully.
Well, think about it. The gods came in search of this place, and Nylea taught them magic that they didn't quite understand. And before they even understood how to control this magic, they passed it on to the mortals. Magic has just been a constant blight on civilization. It has its uses, sure, but it could be so easily corrupted. Perhaps the betrayers, in their idea to wipe out the mortals and start again, this time not giving them the power, will result in a more peaceful future. We all have to die someday. Why not die for a better future?
Dolder will turn to the Sibyls. It is a sad thing when time wears down something to the point of breaking. You might have given up on life and given up on yourself. Others have not. I do not need your magic, I need your knowledge and your information. If you can do nothing, I will find a way to do it more than willing. Either help us or get the fuck out of our way.
Aye.
Aye.
I think what our dwarven friend is trying to say is it worth living in a world where nothing exists? Because that's their ultimate game plan. Would you rather nothing be alive?
Sounds boring.
Well, that was the ultimate plan for a number of them. Some of them just wanted to start again, wipe the slate clean and build up from new foundations. When the Raven Queen became a god, it scared quite a number of them. They started to worry that their own kind of thrones of power may be in jeopardy. And after the Raven Queen took her ascension, there were a number of people that tried. Would you feel comfortable if Moradin was dethroned from his seat of power when he returned by a mere mortal?
That would not happen.
It happened to the other god.
I don't pretend to know what I'm talking about when it comes to gods, but didn't she replace one that was already gone? She didn't.
No, she
Purposely
killed him.
Shows how much I know. And
Dion's just having a full-blown existential crisis in a corner.
Forgive me, I don't mean to insult your faith or anything like that. I've seen a lot. But I'm afraid for the locations of where these items were, I can't be of much help. The war pretty much destroyed all kind of forms of, well, anything, really. I could perhaps give you some hints onto some of the items of what they look like, but that would be about it. Perhaps, And he kind of looks around the table. The elves and dwarves once kind of put their differences aside to help forge these. Perhaps some of my counterparts of the enchanters, or maybe the smiths of the dwarves, left some knowledge behind of where you could find the items. I see a number of elves amongst you, and you, of course. Might be worth asking your elders if they know or can at least dig up any information.
Dion holds back the joke of, well, dwarves are good at digging.
One of the Sibyls kind of looks over to you, Dulder. I recall you coming from Carthel Door, correct?
Duh.
It's been some time since I was there. There was talk of a vault being hidden beneath the town. Is that true?
At that point, Dalder goes, like, extremely blank and neutral, just full poker face on.
Okay.
And just gives her a very flat look.
The eldest kind of Sybil Cressa just kind of laughs. Tell me, do you know a dwarven woman by the name of Doja?
Blankness intensifies.
I see.
Although you see, like, one eye, like, the bottom right eyelid starts to twitch a bit.
I lean over to Ayara. I think he does.
Perception check.
Go. You can roll an insight check if you want to see if Dulder's lying.
That's alright.
I mean, you know he is.
Right.
He's not lying because he ain't saying shit.
Right.
Well, yeah, trying to hide then. I see. Well, if you do end up going back home to Carthel Door, give the old goat my greetings. And then she kind of looks to you, Dion. Now I understand the friendship.
I just like nod with like my mouth is full of food. I look like I'm having a full-blown crisis mentally, and I just kind of like smile and nod.
What are the rest of you doing?
Eating.
Eating.
We're
Yeah,
all
Lilith
eating and
Yeah.
like having a small crisis.
or AR's just been like shoving her mouth full of tomatoes and just wide-eyed watching, having no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna wait until the meat gets cold to eat. I'm gonna eat it while it's fresh.
And it's weird, like, as you kind of try and reach, if something's kind of too out of reach for you, like, as you're trying to kind of really stretch and kind of get over, these kind of weird vines just kind of shoot off like little kind of miniature waiters. And are just kind of passing all the trays around the table to make sure that everyone can get their fill of different plates.
Oh, I
AR
will say
will,
Dion has been using that. I'm not reaching for shit.
yeah, I would say AR will lean over to Dion and be like, "We should get some of these in our house."
100%? Are you kidding me?
What?
I said yeah, totally 100%. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Dulder, give me another insight check.
Oh, Lord of mercy. Insight. That is going to be a 24.
Ever since you pointed out the shield that Quithus had on him, he has been constantly kind of looking back, and he can't help but keep on looking over at it.
Sorry, I was talking to my kid. What's up?
No, just saying,
Feel.
he's looking at your shield constantly.
He's checking you out, Quithus.
You're checking the shield out.
I look at him looking at my shield.
He looks at me,
And I look at him.
And Dollar looks at him too.
and I'm also looking at him
Everyone's looking at each other.
and eating food.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
He kind of gives a resigned sigh. I mentioned before that I'd abstained from all magic, aside from one time. A few hundred years after the war, I was again approached by an old face seeking my aid. A golden dragon named Kyoda. The Grand Master of the Council of Worms and the leader of the Metallic Dragons in the newly crowned capital city of Zariah. They managed to find their way here to the Vale to me. The Arcane Order had been developing and growing in the time that I'd been away. It had approached Zariah with a plan to rid the continent of the surviving chromatic dragons. The dragons in the Chromarli Peaks posed the last true serious threat to the race of mortals, so reluctantly, I eventually agreed. I was part of a small task force assigned to take on the ancient green dragon known as Saren. Each squad had to be small enough to slip into the dragon's lair undetected, but powerful enough to take them out. What concerned us most wasn't that Saren went down easier than expected. It was that she was waiting for us. She knew we were coming. I watched the life drain from her eyes as she took her last breath. I swear I did. But just a few days later, the city of Zariah was obliterated. Kaorda and all the remaining metallic dragons on Martis died along with it. Word began to spread that a large green dragon had attacked a Furbolg settlement just on the outskirts, the very morning of the city's destruction. Somehow, Saren had come back from the dead, and had carried out her revenge. After the attack, the Order adjusted its ideals. No longer was it the aim to dispose of magic from the world, like I suggested. Now its motive was to control it by any means. They began conducting barbaric experiments, kidnapping people, creating abominations to help them carry out their will with an iron fist. I knew it wouldn't be long before I'd reach the top of their most wanted list, so I once again returned here to the Vale to live in peace, solitude, and without magic. And you kind of start to see his eyes start to well up a little bit. You see, everyone I've ever known or cared for is dead. Even the gods. I know Nalir's returned, but do you know how it feels to outlive a god? Like I said, forgive me, but for whatever reason you have to find the vestiges, don't. Enjoy the time you've got left with the people that are close to you. If it means the end of everything, then perhaps that's just the natural order of things. Everything comes to an end eventually. Perhaps the next cycle of life will be the paradise they intended to actually build. And Kaelin nods to the Sibyls. My apologies, but I've suddenly lost my appetite. Unless there are any other questions you have delving into my past, I wish to return home.
Go hide under your rock and wait for whatever tomorrow brings.
He just doesn't say a word, he just turns around and walks out of the chamber.
As he walks out, yeah, I figured as much.
And with that, Kaelin is gone. Lilith, is it? And one of the Sibyls kind of looks at you. As I understand it, your family is of high standing within the city of Meridan. Perhaps your relatives could use their contacts to rustle up a lead or two? Hello?
Yeah.
What was that?
Sorry, I forgot I put push to talk on because I had Arlo in him. My bad.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Brainwave. Sorry. They're relative in their position at my home. Mm-hmm. I missed what you said at the second part, sorry.
Just saying that your family have a high standing within the city of Meridan. Perhaps you could use their contacts to chase up a lead or two on these items.
I haven't spoken to my parents in quite a while. I don't know how much they'll be able to help.
Well, we would hope that Kaelin had a little bit more of a nudge in the right direction. But
Under his breath at that, Dalder goes, spine.
Ashtan, my parents are very busy. Unless I cross paths, I wouldn't know when to ask them. They've never said anything to me.
well, I would imagine that regardless of how busy they are, if the fate of creation is at stake, they probably would be able to set aside some time. As for visiting, if you are heading towards Carthel Door, Meridan would be along your path.
This is true.
If the dwarves and elves work together to forge these items, perhaps the key to finding them lies with both.
You're just gonna hear a sigh from Dalder.
It may be on the conversation I have if we mark that way.
Perfect. In the meantime, I understand your ill feelings towards Kaelin, but you have to understand that he's lost more than we could ever imagine. He has made friends with countless people who have all grown old and died around him. And Nylea be praised, who knows what sights he saw during the war itself. Sights that we may be seeing in the future too. So while I know your frustrations are understandable, he lives alone for a reason.
He is broken. I say that with no malice or ill intent, but he is a broken blade. Regardless of how sharp he might have been one upon a time, I doubt we will have much use of him anymore. Let him live out in his hovel in the mountainside.
Perhaps. I still feel that there may be some information that he is keeping hidden away. At this point, a large kind of flower, as you kind of look up at the ceiling, starts to kind of bloom out, and a long kind of tendril of green kind of pulls down to the Sibyl's hand, and almost like starts to kind of ripen a full fruit into her hand before it kind of drops off the vine itself. It seems you're no stranger to visions. It's something that us as Sibyls have had a tendency to kind of use to understand the will of Nylea. Perhaps if he was in a more of a induced state, perhaps he may be a little bit more loose-lipped and willing to part with some information.
Oh, see, are the Sibyls trying to get us to ayahuasca trip the mage?
Maybe.
What does that mean?
Oh boy. Get him liquored up so he talks more.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Show him a good time so he's a little bit more inclined to...
He wants us to roofie him.
Well, at least you can inform him. It's not like...
Before we roofie him?
More of a... I mean, we normally partake in this kind of fruit as a trio, and we share the experience together. Perhaps if...
I put my hand out. I'll take it.
You know what I mean. Perhaps if you all share in the vision, he will be a little bit more comfortable in partaking in it.
Group trip.
Dalder will kind of frown at the fruit. I watched the armies of the dwarves march from Kilgan as the red dragons flew in and burned the city down behind them. Forgive me if I am not very prone towards his lay down and die attitude.
Maybe it'll help you understand why he has that attitude.
Or maybe it'll give him the kick up the arse that he needs.
Or that. A
Some...
man who's lost everything is a man who's lost hope. A man who's lost hope is, well, we can see clearly a shell of himself.
A man who has lost everything is a man who has nothing left to lose.
Exactly. So what does he have to fight for either? Man, Dion getting real deep, I guess.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, please continue to enjoy the food. And the Sibyls start to kind of chow down.
I'm real sad, but I'm still gonna eat because the food's real good.
You also see that the bottle of wine that he'd left on the table is still currently uncorked. And it's that good Scholar wine.
I have the vine. Bring me the wine.
Yeah, one of the vines kind of wraps around the neck of the bottle and just kind of slides it over the table towards you.
I will uncork it as graciously as I can with my excitement and pour myself a glass.
I'll let the vine send you my jug.
I'll have the vine pour in everybody's glass. Can the vine pour into glasses? I'm sure it can, right?
You can certainly try.
I asked the vine, hey, can you pour this into people's glasses?
And then the kind of bottle seems to kind of bob a little bit and it starts to kind of go around each kind of seat and start to kind of slowly pour out a cup of wine.
And I raised my glass to the party. Well, one god saved, probably a lot more to go. Cheers.
Yeah, and each of the kind of Sibyls kind of raises the glass and takes a sip. Ah, Marinios. Nice. It's been quite some time since we've had some of this.
Oh, I knew it immediately by the color.
So what are you doing?
Enjoying the shit out of this wine.
Some good wine.
So are we all drinking it?
I mean, there's a cup in front of you. It's up to you if you want to drink or not.
Why not? AR just knocks it back.
Bottoms up.
Yep.
It's
Can't
I
be
will
any
make a face
scarier
at-
of what's already in her
I'll
head.
make
So
a face at anybody that's chugging it.
she takes it like a shot.
it's really
Dion is immediately offended.
yeah. It's a really sweet wine, and it's weird as it's kind of hits your tongue. You get an explosion of different flavors. Like each kind of passing moment, it's like a different flavor kind of bursting through. It's probably the most beautiful tasting wine you've ever tried.
At this point, Garble puts one hand in his pants, holding onto
What?
those pants. The other one holds onto his jacket, afraid that no one's gonna.
Okay.
I thought this was going
Wondering-
somewhere else.
I
Yeah, I
did
was like,
too.
where are we going with this?
What are you afraid you're gonna lose?
What are you grabbing in your pants?
To answer both of your questions, his dignity.
I see.
Got him.
So, what's your next port of call? And like Boblin's over at the other side of the table, and he's kind of like studying the little kind of watch that he kind of got from the carnival. Well, time's kind of starting to tick a little bit, so like you can't probably hang around here for too long. By the way, daughter,
Duh.
I just want to again like say sorry about earlier on this morning when I threw the cup at you and then I hit that bloke. Like, I feel a little bit guilty that I took this from you because, like, technically speaking, you were the champion of the whole kind of carnival kind of thing, and I took this from you. But I was just thinking, like, maybe if you had this, you'd know, like, how long's kind of going past in the flip world, whatever we want to call it.
You did not take anything from me, and we are quite alright. Thank you, though.
Oh, I just thought, it might be easier to, Alright. So, like, and he kind of turns with Sybil's. That Caroline or Nylia or whatever her name is now, like, how long's she going to be sleeping for? Like, because, like, surely we could use her help. If these kind of gods created these magical items and stuff, can't she do the same? And the kind of youngest of the Sybil's kind of looks at him a bit confused. It's not as simple as that. Right? And she kind of looks at the elder, and the elders are like, we don't know.
I'll just like whisper to the Sibyls and Sylvan, sorry, he grew up in a cave. So like
I mean, he's not wrong. Perhaps when she has recovered, she might be able to probably not create one of these items, but at least impart something of use to you. I mean, it's the kind of mission she's chosen for you all, so
I guess
why not help?
Fight long enough for her to get a nap in.
Yes, and I would imagine that a god's rest takes quite a bit longer than the normal mortals.
Probably, yeah. A couple years, maybe.
She believes this Kaelin has answers that even she wouldn't know?
Yes, while Nylia was banished to her little corner of the Feywild, she saw very little of the material realm. She knew of one of these arms of the betrayers, as they call it. I believe you destroyed a crown to set Nylia free.
Yeah.
We believe that this was probably one of the arms of the betrayers, one of the items that Lolth had bestowed upon one of her champions. It may stand to reason there are other items that the more darker gods have left out there too. Now, these dark items generally carried with them a price. I don't mean to, like, suggest anything, but depending on the item and the price, would it be something worth paying to save the world? If you can't find a vestige, perhaps one of these arms of the betrayers could also be of use?
We've sort of seen one in action, and it's not ideal. Unless they can be purified in some way.
That is also
Dion
something.
just nervously looks over at the two clerics like...
Quithus is already shaking his head now.
Mm-hmm.
They could be of great use. They will make the world a much better place once they are destroyed.
I mean, Nylia certainly wants to kind of get rid of a few of them. But if you get use out of them before you destroy them, I'm just saying, let's leave our options open.
see, and this is the chaotic neutral of the satyrs. Dion is like trying not to nod their head in agreement because they don't want to make the clerics mad. I'm just like, well, you got a point, but also...
One cleric is already like one eye on you.
Wait, what? Why? I would never.
Maybe.
Clutch his loot.
Yeah.
Let's say, look at you, look at loot, look at back at you.
What? This isn't an evil item. It just may or may not take somebody's free will away for a day, a turn. It's fine.
Mhm.
While everyone's discussing, like Azrin will look a little bit flustered, and he'll stand up and just be like, "I'll be right back." And he politely and gently like walks to the door. He's not in any rush or anything.
Okay. Echo kind of gives you a bit of a sniff as you kind of walk toward the door. Where are you headed to?
I wanted to see if Kalen was outside or anywhere nearby still.
Oh yeah, no, you open the door and he's gone.
Would Azrin know where he lives?
You've not been there.
Well, he'll sigh and I guess go sit back down. Well, he'll stand behind his seat, just watching the room.
Mm-hmm.
Like against a wall or something. More inconspicuous.
Mm-hmm. Brooding in the back.
Not brooding, he's just in thought.
Mhm.
You know, his thought process right now is, this person has seen a lot of shit, sure, but he's denying us that opportunity without even giving us a chance, so Azrin doesn't think that's fair, so he's contemplating it all.
Mm-hmm. After a period of time, the food has all started to kind of drop down from the plates and starts to kind of nestle in your bellies. And you get that good, comfortable, full feeling kind of wash over you all. You start to kind of see through like a skylight right at the top of this kind of tall kind of section of the room. You start to kind of see like a little bit of faint kind of very minuscule darkness start to creep in. There's like a little kind of sign that the day is drawing late.
OOC, when was the auction again? Was it later that day or the next day?
Evening.
The auction.
Oh, I forgot.
Are we gonna be high as shit for the auction?
No.
Oh.
You had one glass of wine. I think you'll be okay.
Oh, okay. I
No,
thought it
we're
was
not
gonna
gonna
be
go
like
IO
a
Oh.
trip
peyote
for the fucking
session.
auction.
I mean,
Not yet.
you could
Okay.
you could if you wanted to. If you wanted to.
I
Do
mean,
that.
wouldn't that be a trip?
Yeah.
I'll take the fruit and put it in my bag and
Mhm.
let the Sybils know that we'll go try to talk to Kalen once he's had some time to calm down.
Mhm.
And I thank them for this delicious food. And that I wish I could thank Kalen for the wine, but he's gone.
Don't thank us, thank Nylea. And all the kind of roots on the kind of circle around the thing just kind of lift up and just kind of wave you off as you kind of go.
I high five the one that was in front of me.
Yeah, high fives you back.
And I guess we're leaving.
If you want to. You had a series of items that you procured to ask for within the shops, and then you had and then you asked for a couple of items in the auction to be held back towards the end. So
we may or may not have totally forced on you, and now you gotta do an auction.
I mean, I have to do an auction doesn't mean I have to do it bad.
I don't know what's going on.
Me neither, so.
Assuming we're heading out of the temple.
Yeah, the auction starts at evening, so
Yeah, we're gonna be
we'll
late for the
heading
auction.
because we got a lot of stairs to go down. I will say, as like we're walking out, I'll be the last one out the like doors to the main hall, and I'll turn around to the Sybils and just say, "I won't let you down. trying not to let you down.
We know you. You've done well so far. We have no reason to doubt you any further. And the youngest Sybil turns to you, Quithus, and goes like, "Oh, yeah. This morning we stole a little bit of your blood. You were asleep. Didn't want to wake you. You seemed like you needed a hangover. That was my fault. I thought, just he won't know. It won't hurt him. It'd be fine. My fault.
Quithus just blinks a couple times and says, "Thank you."
Yeah. Well. So." Nylea believes that the disease infecting half-dragons or 100th dragons or whatever you are can be found in the blood, and she hopes that with enough time and study, our collection of druids can begin to understand how it attacks the body, so that one day we may develop a cure. I'm afraid, with little or to no knowledge of the illness thus far, hopes for a cure for your own use from our end are very slim. But with Kaelin talking about the fall of Zariah, and this illness does seem to have some historical links corresponding to it, and from what we know, Saren is back again. We believe that Saren may have probably would have the deepest knowledge of what is to be used to destroy this kind of illness. Other than that, Nylea's only other advice would be to seek out hidden knowledge where you can. There are other places across the continent that have their own treasure troves hidden from the Order's hands, and kind of looks nervously over to Dulder again. And perhaps the city of Sovendir. The combined might of all the faiths of the Old Ones reside in the Holy City. I believe your own Temple of Bahamut may even have some answers. Maybe not just the illness, but maybe the shield too.
Interesting. Well,
sorry.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry we couldn't be of more help.
You've been very much help.
And again, sorry about the leech to the neck in the morning. My fault.
Don't worry about it.
And all this time, I thought it was a hickey.
You see, the youngest of the Sibyls just kind of blush slightly and turn back into the temple and walk away.
Oh, I'm trying to make Bowser blush. He's a cleric. That's like a priest, right?
What, Bowser? Yeah.
Ugh.
Quithus.
I'm gonna lean into
Quithus, yeah.
Quithus and be like, I think she likes you.
Really? You think so?
I think so. Still in your blood. That's pretty much like second base around here.
Oh.
Thanks for the heads up.
I got you, and I just give him a little nudge and a wink. Hey, the cleric-y satyr versions of clerics and priests aren't nearly as stuck up and prudish, so.
Good to know, good to know. How hot was that girl?
Oh, probably pretty. Yeah. I don't know, let's roll the dice and figure
Let's
it out.
roll the smash or pass.
I was going to say, you could just share
Oh,
the...
that's an 8. That's a smash.
Oh, that's a smash.
Hell yeah.
Go with this.
Thanks for not saying Bowser again. I saw you. I heard you
Yeah,
almost do it.
I did almost do it.
I imagine that Dion rolling the dice, Dion and AR rolling their dice is just them canoodling in whispers, their scale
Giggling.
of 1 to 10, literal high school girls.
I think he's like a 9. I don't know. He's kind of short.
So that's a 7 in my book. So 8.5.
I don't know though. He's got nice muscles. That's
Okay, so back
definitely
up to
8.5. Yeah.
And Kaelin gets a 10 out of 10 because he's a sad boy with a sad past. So that's an 11 out of 10, really.
Oh my god.
And he's got blondish white hair. That's
My Chemical
that's
Romance
all
vibe.
Oh yeah.
God, I think I just rolled my eyes so hard it hurt.
He's like what's his face? Legolas's dad, but like
Yes,
sad.
yes.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's kind of who I had in mind. Legolas's dad.
Yeah.
A
Me
lovely
too.
pace.
Me too.
So, where are you heading first? Are you heading straight to the auction, or are you going to go back to the shop to try and see if these items that you've asked for have been collected?
Which are we more afraid to miss?
Well, you asked for the stuff to be held
Because of jokes.
at the auction towards
I'm
the
not.
back, so you might have enough time to go to the shop first.
Yeah. I would say that Dion would be like looking at the sky. Going, I think we got time, and then just like hoofing it down the stairs, literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally.
Hold on, I only got 20 feet per turn.
Really?
Dion's got like
Yeah,
35, so they're
heavy
using like
armor.
multiple leap and everything too.
Well, damn.
Come on, Grandpa.
Event.
Dash every turn, I get 40. Like, that's it.
You do eventually manage to get to the shop you went to earlier. Of Romano's.
Real quick, while we're outside, I'll poke to Garble and just be like, "Hey, I heard you met Kaylin before.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do you know where he is? I've already bought my items. I was gonna go see if I could talk to him before everyone."
Well, yeah, I just need to go backwards because I was fully focused on hunting down Masuda at the time. But yeah, that can work, I guess. Do you want to do that right now?
If you can give me a rough idea. I mean, I don't want you to miss out on anything.
Give me a moment. And oh, see, I take whatever scroll or paper or whatever, and I just draw a very rough drawing to make it like a sort of a map.
Thank you. And I guess as everyone is walking into the shop, I'll duck away.
Okay. I would say Lilith, you spot Ashram ducking away.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
pretty.
You're not being super stealthy about it. You just kind of.
Only Lilith?
Oh god, did you take Observer as well?
Fine, I'll roll a stealth check.
The almost 8-foot tall dragonoid.
Well, yeah,
creature
true,
slinks
true.
Away.
True.
Good, because it was a 3. All right,
I
on
was
par.
gonna say, I'm pretty sure all of us can
Wait.
do this.
Yeah.
Plus 2, 5.
You all walk into a shop and you hear this guy heavy, like clink, clink, clink behind you. Just start to walk
He's
away.
walking on his tiptoes.
It's chainmail. It's more like shing, shing,
It's like
shing.
shing, shing.
No, it's more like no.
Oh, yeah, Yoda.
Dion personally isn't concerned. It's not like we're in a rough town or anything. It's okay.
Yeah.
Say that to everyone's hangover.
Listen,
Say that
Well,
to the inside of the bar.
the next time y'all try to like be like, oh well, you don't want to party. Yeah, I do.
I mean, the next time someone roofies us,
You didn't get roofied. You just couldn't handle it.
Too strong for Dwarven Belly.
excuse the fuck out of y'all.
The look I just got, IRL.
But yeah, you all managed to kind of go into the shop of Romano's, who kind of greets you. Ah, back I see.
Yo.
Yo.
Stuff.
Well, I have a number of items. You seem to be a little bit worried about the price, so I may have dropped the price a little bit on a couple of things. But we'll see how we go, shall we? So, one of you wanted a ring of protection, I believe.
See, I wanted. I think multiple people did.
Well, I'm afraid I've only got one.
Mm.
I have one for sale currently for Normally I would sell it for 9,500 gold, but since you're the saviours of the town, I decided to knock 250 off, so it'll be 9,250 gold pieces for the ring.
What the?
I just kind of give him this, like, really?
Yes, really.
Really?
Are you...
Really?
So... roll a persuasion check.
Alright. That'll be a 27.
For fuck's sake. So, like, at this point, like, Ayara and Dion are at the kind of thing going, really?
Really?
And it's like... Oh my god. Fine, 9,000 gold flat.
I just look at everybody kind of knowing that nobody has that
Yeah, I was,
cash.
AR's got 100 gold.
No? Okay. Well, fine. Then I was asked to find a staff of any kind of sort. I managed to procure a staff of the adder, which is, let's see here, normally 3,000 gold, but since you can't afford it, we'll call it 2,500.
And what does said staff do?
Let me have a look right quickly.
Don't quite know.
I don't quite know.
How about you fuck around and find out?
Yes.
That
And
would be something to do.
I wasn't the one that went around and actually collected these things. I just kind of got them handed to me. So let's see what it does. And he kind of cast detect, identify on it. Sorry. Ah, okay. So you use a bonus action to speak the staff's command word, and the staff's head becomes that of an animate poisonous snake for 1 minute. You can make melee attacks using the snake head, which has a reach of 5 feet. On a hit, the target will take 1d6 piercing damage and must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or it'll take 3d6 poison damage. However, the snake head can be attacked while it is animated, so it does have its own kind of durability. If the head is destroyed, the staff also is destroyed with it. But so long as you kind of use the command word and turn the snake back into the staff again, the staff should be fine. It'll regain all the lost hit points that it lost, and will revert back to its inanimate form.
Not quite the magical staff I was hoping for, so I'm gonna politely have to say no thank you.
Sure, okay. Wow, I see how this is...
OC and also in character Dion is feeling real bad and awkward.
It's so...
Oh, jeez, this is just not quite what we were
geez,
looking
you guys.
for. Just, oh.
Just had the entire town's shops going around and rustling these items together, and you're not going to buy a single fucking thing. It's fine.
Yet.
It's
Listen, 2 strikes. Give some chance.
Okay. Next on the list is this, and he kind of heaves out this big giant hammer and slams it down onto the table. Right, you're going to have to bear with me on this one again, and he kind of casts another identify spell. Oh my. This item, it seems, is called the Matador's Maul. It has a very interesting ability, if I can find the fucking page that I have put it on. Oh, I have 3 pages of items that I have created, and it would have to be on the last one, wouldn't it?
We're shitting on all of them.
I found it, right.
Next.
Meh.
It's like that
Meh.
show in the next bus. Like the dude steps off the bus. Next.
Next.
No, it's fucking Britain Got Talent. The second they
Oh,
step
God.
on stage and open their mouths, I haven't even done my. What the fuck?
Anyway, this weapon has a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls. And it also has a hidden ability called Reckless Goading. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a charge to force the target to make a wisdom saving throw. If the target fails, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against other targets other than yourself until the end of your next turn. However, all attacks by the affected target on you are at advantage. So it just kind of hits something, descends the red mist over them, and they get super pissed off at you.
Quithus has pushed his way to the front of everybody and is just staring at it.
OOC hearing like actual like game mechanic speak. said
Listen.
In character.
Shut up.
I was gonna say
Oh,
something about like
this-
Ramino saying 1d6 damage. Like, what are you talking about?
Adventurers, this mighty magical weapon will give you a +2 to hit. What?
You're going to have a pissed off round talking about the rest of the fucking items now. Just Cloak of Elven Kind, does sneaky shit. There you go. Fucking,
Take your shit and get out.
No, don't do that. We're just kidding.
This specific item would set you back 5,000 gold.
Do you need a loan, Quithus?
I don't know. It's a little steep. Would you do it for 4?
Absolutely not. 4,700.
4,600.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I give him advantage?
No, because you offered
I,
to give him a loan.
Aw, man.
And I give an advantage with
No.
my little goat eyes.
No, he's
Gonna do something creepy.
currently fixed on Quithus at the minute, and he's
It's a 16.
16. He holds out the mace and a hand to shake.
I shake it, and I take it.
Nice.
OOC, you have that much money?
I do. Not anymore.
Well, that's fair.
That's because you guys got paid quite a lot on a few things, and you've not bought anything really.
I had to
Yeah.
buy plate mail, goddammit. That shit's
Yeah, well-
expensive.
I'm sitting pretty on a lot of money.
I only had 3
Some of you
gold,
have had to
but I
buy
also
things.
Never searched for anything.
You also bought
so.
that one. The plate mail is the only thing I really have bought that
Yeah.
cost me anything.
That's true, yeah, I did spend
I
2k
don't
on
bought
the one.
shit.
Oh, I ordered the infinite water skin. I'm looking around for the.
Infinite water jug. I'm afraid we don't have any.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot what I ordered.
Let's see what else we've got here. I have a cloak of elven kind.
I just pushed my way to the.
This is for a 1,000 gold.
Ooh. Can I touch it?
He kind of grabs it.
I want to feel the quality of the material if it's worth 1,000 gold.
He kind of grabs the cape and offers you the tiniest little corner as it kind of lifts it over the top of the counter.
I feel it between my fingers, feeling the magic touch.
Magic. It is a genuine.
800.
Bearing in.
I widen my eyes.
What about discount for saving the city?
The discount for the saving the city has already been added onto these.
She doesn't know that.
What is that?
It's the meta pigeon.
The new Pokemon fusion. Meta pigeon.
Roll a persuasion check.
Meta pigeon.
18. That was whoa heavy.
It's my new dice, my new metal dice.
Fuck me, Jesus.
Where'd you get them from?
The one that you sent is the green
I
scale
thought
dice.
so.
Oh,
I have
just
been
rubbing salt in the wound.
I've been
Right.
hovering my finger over the buy button for the set of green scale dragon dice.
Yeah, it's quite chunky and big. It's quite nice.
You can-
Be
Anyway.
bugging you about some pictures of that later.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Oh my.
Mm.
My.
And then he kind of squints a
What
little
about
bit.
the scales? Sorry, go ahead.
Look, the fact that we have chased around town for these items for your group, and so far all we've managed to sell is a hammer.
Just gonna widen my eyes even that little bit bigger and
For it is such a lot to go running laps around. It must have taken you weeks to travel from one end to the other.
She's gonna bat her eyelash.
No, but we had to close the shops while we went around to search for the items for the saviors. But regardless, I will not.
Dramatically puts the back of his hand against his forehead and just kind of leans backward.
Deanna's just awkwardly standing there, like,
Bearing in mind, a lot of this gold kind of goes to the safety of the town, and we kind of give it to the Dawn Greets to kind of go off into your world and sort themselves out. So cheapening us out is cheapening the Dawn Greets out. So fine, I will knock another 50 gold off.
I tug on the cloak a little bit more.
To do what? Are you buying it? Or?
I will buy. Of course, I fucking want it.
She just rips it and be like, oh,
My precious!
It's good now.
oh, this
Oh,
is used. It's a discounted rate, right?
OOC, doesn't someone already have boots of elven kind?
No,
I do.
I do.
I knew
Yeah, someone
in
does.
the party had them.
Fine. And I just like reluctantly, but also not letting go of this corner of his cloak, FYI. Like
Okay.
it is in my hand.
It's in both of his currently.
It's gonna be mine.
It could be yours. For the price that I have offered you, 950.
I zhuzh it over whilst like trying to tug it as the money goes over. I'm trying to take it.
As soon as you put the money on the counter, his hand snatches it off the counter and kind of holds it away as the cloak is released and it's fully in your grasp now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other things that I was asked for, let me see. There was a request for Moradin stuff or Ioun stuff. Unfortunately, no Moradin things, but we did manage to find an Ioun stone of reserve, which I think also corresponds to a ring of spell storing, which was also asked for, but we didn't have. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 kind of deal on this one.
it's a stone that holds spells?
Yes.
Oh.
AR might be interested. She's AFK though.
Well, this
AR
is
is also
item I
broke.
asked for.
She's coming.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I asked for the
What?
ring.
Ring of spell storing.
Mm-hmm.
The Ioun Stone of Reserve can hold up to 3 levels of spells. So you can either hold a single 3rd level spell, a level 2 and a level 1 spell, or 3 level 1 spells.
But how much
Now,
is it?
upon expending the stone, is it a consumed item or a recharge item?
I think it's a recharge item. Let me just have a look.
Yeah, because that'll be the make or break of whether it's a one shot or a reusable.
Let me have a look. Just while he's casting Identify at the minute, just bear with him a sec. So the Ioun stone is named after Ioun, the god of knowledge and prophecy. Blah 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 blah.
The
I just see a giant tome in front of this person, and they like blow off all the dust. You're like, and then he's like, here it is.
Yes,
And then you're
yes,
like,
yes,
yeah, the price.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna fucking just talk like this. Well, I'm putting on an accent still. Anyway, blah blah blah. Shh. So when you use an action to toss one of these stones into the air, the stone orbits your head a distance of 1d3 feet, so pretty much a foot around your head. Therefore, another creature can use an action to grasp or net the stone to separate it from you. It also has its own AC. And hit points. It has resistance to all damage. The reserve stone. When a spell is cast from the stone, it is no longer stored in it, and it frees up space, so it can be used multiple times.
Okay, but the item itself doesn't dissipate after use. Okay. And how much does he want for said stone?
For said stone, it will be costing you 2,200 gold.
Okay.
Just because of reading up here as well for OOC purposes, is it a predetermined ability for the stone, or is it a storage?
It's a storage. If you found one in the wilderness, it might have spells already stored into it, but this is a blank Ioun stone.
And you said levels 1 through 3 can be stored in there?
Well,
Yeah.
It has 3 points worth of levels, either
Yeah.
3, 1, a 2, and a 1, or a 3.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, 2,200 gold.
DM will be like, well, it's no ring, but I mean, it's technically just the same thing, I guess, right?
Exactly. And it's something from Ioun which you also requested.
I did do that.
Oh wait,
Oh.
yeah, it's something from Ioun that you requested. I forgot you were trying to be quiet about it. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
It's okay. I forgot what I ordered, so here we are.
Let's say, does
Great.
Dalder hear this interaction?
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty nice little kind of cozy shop, so you're all kind of gathered around the front counter.
I will, I'll, like, pretend like I'm gonna haggle, but not really, because I feel really guilty about all the haggling that's been happening. And I'll just give him the money, and I'll just whisper, for the dawn greets, you know?
Exactly. Now imagine if a party like this had entered before you went off on your adventures, you'd been skint on your journey.
Yeah, I just, like, hand over an extra 50.
Much obliged. Now, if there's anything else I can help you with, by all means. Other than that, good day.
Yeah, thanks. I just, like, hold my little, like, new pet rock.
You kind of...
Ooh, shiny.
Do you flick it up in the air?
Yeah, sure. I'll try to see. I'll put like a level 1. Try to put a level 1 spell in it as we're walking out, and try to throw it up in the air.
Yeah. You kind of cast the spell into it, and you kind of give it a kind of flick with your thumb, and it just kind of flies up in the air, and like you kind of almost reach out to kind of catch it in case it falls down again, but it kind of caches itself in some weird kind of like atomic style orbit around your head, almost like Magneto style on the X-Men movie.
I was just, aha, aha, aha.
To catch it as well, if someone tries to catch it, it's a DC 24 dexterity check.
Oh, neat.
If they want to try and rip it from mid-air in front of you. So
I will probably be asking you for a copy paste of some of this, but I think I can just look it up.
yeah, it's on D&D Beyond. In the meantime, though, we'll head over to Ashran, who has made his way over to the other side of the lake to go and see Kaelin.
Oh shit.
So you start to kind of approach from the waterside towards this kind of beautiful kind of L-shaped house with a large tower. You start to see this kind of large kind of tree twist and turn. It almost like grows out the side of this tower structure.
I'll admire it and I'll approach. And
Sorry, what's that?
it's just the door. Is the door like right there?
You kind of round across into the courtyard, and you see this kind of large statue of a beautiful kind of carved dragon, and a small kind of woman that's kind of stood next to it, just kind of hand patting on top of the snout. And as you kind of head towards the door, you do notice that Kaelin is actually sat just on a bench, just looking at the statue, with currently seems like a smoking pipe in his hand.
I'll wait a little farther away just to see if he notices me. Try to be respectful.
You kind of stand there for a little second just to kind of gauge, and you just hear a voice say, "You can approach."
I'll walk up, and if there's enough room next to him, just say, may I sit?
By all means. And he just kind of scooches over a little bit to make room for you. Your big dragonborn body.
I'm a big boy. I'll admire the statue with him for a bit. And who are they?
Very old friends. They were around for, well, long before the war.
Which one? As he smirks a bit.
Both. And he kind of points the pipe to the dragon. Unfortunately, I only saw one of them. Well, fortunately, sorry, I saw only one of them fall. I hope the other managed to live a long and happy life.
I'll choose to believe it.
Me too. How can I help you?
I'm not a great talker, so I'll get straight to the point. The Sibyls believe you know more than you let on. I'm here on my own volition, by no one else's, though, just to get more insight and try to understand.
Well, more than I'm letting on. I know a lot of things. When you've lived as long as I have, you tend to. What exactly are you trying to uncover? I've already said many of the champions of the gods either fell in the war, scattered across the front line and were entombed where they fell, or they wandered off to live a life not unlike mine.
Do you think some of them might be still around, or at least these vestiges still around where they once were?
I believe the items would be around, but I don't think they have lived as long as I could be wrong, but no. My long life is thanks to Nylea.
I was about to ask.
Yes. Each morning I wake up and expend all of my magical energy into the Feywild itself to help kind of feed its growth. And for that, it's something that she has granted me an immortal life with.
But do you want that?
I don't wish to die, no. But neither do I want to send a bunch of you on a wild goose chase across the world while your families are at home worrying about you, and then you two are lost in the wild.
See, here's the dilemma, though. You speak of a refresh, saying the betrayers may be right in their quest,
Mm-hmm.
yet you yourself don't want to give up on what you have. So that with that feeling, I can sympathize, and I'm frustrated a little bit, to be honest, that you can't allow us that same opportunity. If if the decision is yours and you can help us, I'd rather be naive and try than to just give up immediately. I want the same opportunities you had. I can't I I can't compare what you've lost to what I've lost, but I've already started losing, and I have a lot to protect, and even more now, thanks to Nylia. And just to give up and let all this end of life happen is just not it's just not in my cards. I'm gonna try, Will, and I need your help.
When the war ended, the world was a shambles. We picked up the pieces where we could. I mean, there were very few cities that remained standing. And it seemed that every time we tried to intervene and help out in locations, all we did was end up doing more irreparable damage. I know it seems a little bit strange and a little bit confusing, but I just feel that magic has had its time, and it's time for that age to end. I had an old acquaintance of mine, Draxel. He shared the belief that magic had to be eradicated, and we kind of ended up forming the organisation that you know as the Arcane Order now. And as I said in the chamber, its original concept was to retrieve all magical items and find a way to eventually rid the world of magic in its entirety. And I know your clerics probably wouldn't like what I'm saying, but that would also include the gods. Magic is corrupt. As soon as someone gets a taste of it, there's such a high likeliness that they're going to fall to it, and it kind of gives you a kind of look over a little bit of the kind of weird mess of kind of bronze and blue mixed together. I sense even within you there's a deep power. What's to stop you from turning?
It's definitely something I don't understand quite yet. And I'm not, to reiterate, I'm not asking for power. I'm asking for the ability to protect what I care about.
But you see, the vestiges themselves are pure power. The vestiges on their own, even without awakening their hidden powers, turn a normal mortal into almost like a demigod. I've seen the damage that items like this can do, and the little shit that I talked about earlier, the Black Hand, he caused a lot of carnage. It took a combined effort from even Celestials and a party much like yourselves to combine just to take him down. And that wasn't without loss. And that was a mortal just with one of those items. What I'm saying is, like I said, I sense in a number of you within that chamber that there is very much a latent power in many of you. And now you're going off looking for items that will increase that power. What's stopping you from being corrupted?
One, we have each other, and we're kind of a motley crew, but in a way, we're kind of like a checks and balance. One offsets the other. Yeah, Dolder sure is an asshole sometimes, but Dion's the more caring one of the individuals of all of us. She considers us all. Garble's chaotic, AR is chaotic, but they always consider the group. Quithis is always thinking of everyone. So it's a balance, and I think we got a good thing going. And he just stands up and a little frustrated because he's not great with words. All I'm asking is for a chance, whether or not you believe we can make it or not. But at least give us our own free will to make that decision for ourselves.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, shit. That's a 5
With
and a
advantage.
natural 20.
Oh, shit!
Samantha, you want to confirm?
So,
Good job.
good job. Like I said, the champions that held these vestiges all kind of wandered off, where I know not. For the most part. The champion of Malora was last seen in the Feywild. Stories kind of spread that they ended up stripping themselves of anything of power aside from the bracelets that had been crafted for her, and made her way into the Nessian forest. If you're looking for a vestige, she never left, so that may be one of the places to start.
I'll look at his statues again and just think of how comparable that is to our situation, and I'll reach out my hand and for like a shake.
And he kind of grabs it, and as he kind of grabs it, he kind of gives you a look. There seemed to be a sense of familiarity when I mentioned the dragon known as Sarin earlier. Is she back again?
Adrian kind of looks down and tries to weigh his words carefully. OOC, did we ever officially know she's Saren, or were we just told?
No, she's back.
Okay. He'll shake his head and just be like, you noticed the blue. My biological mother seems to be with her too. So you could say it's a little personal.
Yes. It's also personal for me. The Raven Queen is the matron of death. When we created the items for the champions, the item that we crafted for her champion was a dark-bladed scythe. The Raven Queen abhors any sort of necromancy. I don't know much about the powers of the other vestiges, but of the Raven Queens, I'm pretty sure whatever is killed by her scythe stays dead. That may be another one that you wish to go and search, if you do indeed intend to go and destroy the ancient green dragon.
Believe it or not, we have a list.
Perfect. But aside from Melora's champion, I don't know the locations of where any others fell or ran off to.
Do you know anybody who would? And I know I'm stretching my respect here.
I lost count of how many years I've lived. I think somewhere around the year 17,000. There is very little people aside from the gods themselves who are around from those eras. Like I said,
We'll start looking.
the dwarves, they had their two most legendary smiths work on the items. The dwarves tend to be quite a well, intense wouldn't be the word, but also apt. But they seem to keep a lot of documentation, ledgers. They may try and track what creations that they've ever made from their history, and I would imagine that items such as these would probably rate highly in their list of prized achievements. So,
Definitely.
the dwarves may be a good stepping stone. There also may have been a few mages amongst my kin. They may have...
Kin is...
The elves.
I wasn't sure, to be honest, so I just...
Yeah. A few of us ended... I parted, I ended up coming back into the Feywild, but I think two of them, from my recollection, stayed within Meridan. It was the only elven city that was standing at the end of the war.
And it still does, for better or for worse.
Yeah. I know there's a long complication between the elves and dwarves, and if they knew the truth, that may have changed. I'm not asking you to try and piece together eons of bad blood, but it might be a time for them to put the past behind them. Which is ironic coming from me, but...
Well, if our group is any indication, there could be hope.
I'm glad it still lives within you.
He'll just he'll look at the statues one more time and be like, "Do you remember their names?" Oh, OC, I'm sorry.
Ah! I had the page and I put it away. Griffin, help!
What?
What were their names?
The statue?
Yeah.
Well, it's short. Ari is the girl, and I'll just shorten the dragon's name to Coolvationers. It's a silver dragon.
Yeah. Those names. There you go.
I'll copy paste it.
Your experience is way beyond mine, and I may not be able to speak to it, but perhaps remembering the good times and not the times without will allow them to live on within you.
Maybe. He takes another kind of puff of his pipe.
I'll leave you be, but I sincerely thank you for everything.
You're welcome. And good luck.
Who knows? If we come back here, I'll come say hi.
I'd like
Perhaps you can form some new friendships.
that. Well, if you do come back, it would be awfully nice if you brought the head of a green dragon along with you.
That I can do.
He kind of gives you a nod.
And then the Breakfast Club song will play, and he'll walk away.
Fist in the air. All right. And then with the rest of you heading over to the auction, we'll take a little bit of a break there, shall we?
No.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think D&D Beyond is broken for some people.
Oh, yeah. I noticed that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the encounter builder thing, and it's got Quithus as dead.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can't even get to
no.
my
Bye,
character sheet.
Quithus. It's been nice.
'Cause I went to go to a different page and it just now won't load my character sheet at all. So if you have us roll for anything, it might not be a good idea.
Yeah.
All I know is that my some of my stuff is plus 12, so it's about
I'm
all I
just not
remember.
gonna touch mine. Then.
Yeah, don't. If you can avoid it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it.
Yeah, I think I remember that all of my stuff is plus 12, actually.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually.
I actually noticed that on. Hang on, let me just pause the stream first.
Yeah, you don't want to be talking to shit about
Yeah, D&D Beyond.
Oh, my D&D has crashed again. God
Oh,
damn it.
fuck, this is
I was hoping I
bad.
didn't even refresh it or anything. It just fucking shit out,
Fuck,
Yes,
fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuck.
basically.
This is such a good time for everyone to crash on D&D Beyond.
So just don't have us roll anything and we'll be alright. We're going to auction. Yay!
Don't update your shit. Just leave the window.
I did, and it still did it.
That's
Yeah,
not
it was
fucking right.
fine. Like I was playing around with mine the whole time while you guys were having trouble. Like, and I was like,
Mine works. Oh
okay,
no.
we're here.
Anyway,
Oh, shit.
welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
So, yeah, because I can't even load up Boblin's D&D Beyond page. Cool. Oh boy. Okay. So, you approach the auction house from earlier, and the auction is currently in full swing. There's quite a crowd that has gathered out front. Not just the locals, but it seems that outsiders from other areas of the Feywild have come to browse the wares. A number of you notice, tucked at the back of the crowd, are a number of large, dark wooden carriages. Small window holes on the sides and the back are barred with iron metal rods. On the nearest carriage to you, there's a symbol painted above one of the top of the windows, of an open book with two magical-looking staffs that are crossed over the top. Anyone proficient in history?
Nope.
Fuck knows.
I'm half.
Yeah, well, I'll take off.
History, you say?
History.
15.
I wouldn't know.
you, as a general thing, I would say that most of you recognise this anyway. It's not a high DC. Similar to the symbol of the Arcane Academy, you recognise this to be the symbol of the Arcane Order itself. And sure enough, as you realise the connection, you look around at the figures standing around the carriages, you see a dozen or so more of deep crimson-cloaked individuals. These are the bogeymen of the Order, the Mage Hunters. These offshoots of the Order are the ones responsible for the collection of magical items that are deemed too powerful to be made public, and they also track and hunt unregistered arcane users, with many tales of unauthorised magic wielders vanishing without a trace shortly after their appearance. One of the carriages at the back rocks and shakes as you hear a loud-sounding creature roar, and one of the crimson cloak kind of figures next to it kind of bangs the side of the carriage as the roaring stops and dies down. A few more seem to be loading some magical items into a chest on the side that they seem to have bought previously before your arrival. One cloaked figure in the middle of this bunch is wearing more of a regal blue. Seems to be barking out orders to the others, who wordlessly nod at his commands. He then grabs one by one of the crimson cloaks and walks away from the group, approaching the front of the auction, where they begin to inspect the remaining small items that are on display at the front. A small pseudo-dragon skeleton in a tiny bird cage is the first one. The blue-robed individual's eyes flash as they study over the item, with a little bit of excitement, which you, Dulder, notice then falls to almost like a guarded look of disappointment verging on anger, as they begin to whisper to the crimson cloak next to them.
Hello?
What are you doing?
Okay.
Oh. I don't think he was sure whether or not he was supposed to react to that.
I will say there are people within your group that can read lips. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Technically, I can read lips.
Can you? Did you take observant?
I have observant.
Okay,
yes.
I wasn't sure if you actually said yes or no to that.
Yes,
So,
I did.
if
I took observant, so I can read
make
lips.
a perception check for me.
Perception. That is a 24.
Okay.
I rolled a 19, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Kind of imagine to catch like the tail end of the conversation as like this blue cloaked figure is kind of speaking. You just catch, not powerful enough for her. She's too damn old. Might be worth grabbing in case any of the beasts from the other continent show up there. And they kind of turn and start to kind of look over the other items.
As Dolder he's basically like quote unquote reading aloud, well, quietly enough for the party to hear, but not going any further than that. So as he's reading the lips, he's relaying what he's hearing,
Mhm.
reading, seeing, however you want to phrase it.
Dion will just subtly repeat for her. Like, and Dion will just be like, her, the green bitch.
Yeah, I would say you recall from earlier in the day that this item was supposed to inflict vulnerability to one damage type, which it is not already immune to. But it seems that it only works on adults of a certain age or younger. And that perhaps the one that they seem to be interested in is a little bit too old to be affected by such an item.
Funny how ancient dragons keep being mentioned over and over today.
I'm assuming now all of us kind of are paying a lot of attention to the group that is the Arcane Mage Hunters.
All but one.
2, because I'm not there.
Oh, but you did.
How many did you say there were?
Make a perception check.
Oh. Perfect timing, because everything is up again.
Oh, good.
Yeah, right.
Is
For
that
now.
19 total?
19 total. Looking around, you can spot at least a dozen at a quick glance. And there's probably about 4 I'm going to have a look quickly. There are currently... Oh, come on, don't do this to me. There are currently 4 carriages that are all kind of got like these very small window slits with kind of iron bars kind of crossed over the front of them. You also spot you also spot Lucas up on the pedestal, and like Terzok is kind of just sat next to him on a little kind of tree stump, just kind of keeping an eye over the kind of crowd as he's just kind of doing his job, just kind of watching over the auction itself.
I am also going to assume that the creature roar we heard from the wagon sounds very familiar to us.
Yes, that one did.
That one did. Okay.
Well, the one that roared did. You don't know what else is in the other carriages. You start to get flashbacks of someone trying to heal you, and it just inflicting wounds.
I'm already there.
But Lucas kind of spots you, and at this point in the kind of auction, it seems like there's been kind of like a little intermission cut, and he kind of sees you and kind of flutters over into the air towards you, Dion. You've made it just in time. We're literally just about to kind of reach the end point of the auction. I'm afraid if you're looking for any kind of extra items, you've kind of missed your chance, but the items you told me to hold back are currently available.
Excellent. Now tell me, how many items did they buy? And I point at the caravan of fucking Arcane Hunters.
Oh, though. Almost all of them. Honestly. And they paid way above asking price as well. It was quite a good day. He's like grinning. Honestly, I would never expected their lot to be in the Feywild ever.
Do you know who they are?
Well, yeah, it's the Arcane Order from the Material Realm. Normally, they don't tend to kind of wander in here because they're too worried about their heads getting all jumbled or falling into some unsuspecting Fey deal. I'm guessing if they are here now, they're either desperate or they're starting to run out of items on well, and he kind of looks at the rest of your party, your world, to kind of gather.
Or they're making sure that nobody else has any magical items to defend themselves, and I just grin.
Maybe that. Who knows?
What did they buy?
Just a lot of like standard kind of trinkets and bits and bobs. Nothing overly kind of crazy. I mean, to be honest, of the more powerful stuff, they were the kind of ones that I kind of offered you guys. So it's these kind of last 3 items that are the really chunky ones.
So I've got a plan.
Plan.
How about no matter how much money I have, I do.
Excuse me?
What I'm saying is, these guys are bad news. And if they keep getting a hold of magical items, that's bad news for everybody.
Terzop just kind of pipes up. If they're paying gold, I don't give a shit. And the rest of you see that
I'm gonna roll my eyes.
the Minotaur's just kind of looking up from his like crossed-armed kind of stance, sitting on this kind of tree trunk.
You'll give a shit when it comes to the Feywild.
I mean, we're raising money for the Dawn Greets. It's the whole point of this exchange.
Okay, that's fine. You know, it's send like 5 billion Dawn Greets to go fight, you know, gods. It's fine.
Talk through your plan. What is it?
These guys. So I'm like making sure that they are definitely not within any kind of ear's reach of these guys.
Yeah.
And I kind of give them the lowdown of, you know, they're not, they are of the arcane order, but they're arcane hunters. They kill magic users that don't have the accommodations to be able to use their magic. They hoard magic items so that nobody else can use them. And somebody, I can say who, overheard them saying that they were collecting magical items for her. And right now, there's a big her in the material plane that's real bad news. That might kill everybody. So what I'm saying is, no matter how much gold they have, I have more. You can keep the items and sell them at the next auction, I don't care, but they're not getting them.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh boy. $30.
Wow.
I am a bard.
Well, I mean, everyone in the Vale is quite charismatic, but when you roll a 2, it's not going to beat a 30.
Also, you know, I'm making a pretty good point.
You do make a good point. So, we keep the items unless you need them.
Yeah, if I can't buy them, if we don't have the gold, then you just keep them and sell them at the next auction. But these arcane order people, like even in the future, they should not be buying items here. This is no bueno. It's no good.
To be fair, this is the first time we've ever had the Arcane Order show up in the Vale.
That's why it's scary.
Well, I was going to say it's quite exciting, especially with the amount of gold they're flaunting about.
Well, when you fought the monster that they have in one of their back caravans, it's not so exciting.
Yes, they have been quite vocal since they've arrived, whatever they are in those carriages.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're not fun, I'll tell you that.
Well, let's see, shall we? And he kind of clears his throat and kind of goes back up to the pedestal. Ladies and gents, it's time to restart the auction. Next up on the list, we have the Orichalcum Lily. This has a magical ability to increase spells of a lower persuasion, and also spells that do damage. You know, I'm just gonna fucking. It's the one that I'm not doing the fucking stats thing in the fucking in character. So it's a plus +2 to attack. Shut up. So +2 to attack rolls and damage rolls with cantrips. And the saving throw DC of cantrips you cast increases by 2. As a reaction, when you fail a saving throw, you may choose to succeed the saving throw instead, much like a legendary resistance. But doing so with that destroys the flower.
And this is like
It looks like a red coppered kind of metal formed like plant, almost like in shape of a wand. Like a little metal flower.
Interesting.
We shall be starting the bidding today at 500 gold. Do I get an advance on 500 gold? And then like one of the kind of individual, like an elven man kind of puts his hand up. 550, there we go. Do I hear 600 gold? And he kind of looks over at your kind of group.
I'm just waiting for the arcane order to pipe up.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
You see Ayara go like, and she looks in her bag, and then she goes,
16 perception.
At the minute, they do not seem interested.
Okay, because OOC, I don't want to steal the item away from like an actual interested individual, only the arcane order.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say the name of it was, Ram?
I'll copy and paste.
What? Something
Lily.
Auric Alchem Lily.
It's more so if we want to give anybody else in the party OOC time to like look it over to see if that's something they want. Because I do still have money, I could bid on it.
Same.
Let me copy and paste the whole kind of shebang, because I don't think it's actually on D&D Beyond. I might have to make it.
Because I know like warlock stuff is all mostly cantrips, isn't it?
Yeah.
So like
this would
+2
to damage rolls would be a +2 to Eldritch Blasts, and also firebolts and.
Yeah.
Ooh, like Garble needs a +2 to fireballs.
There you go. That's
my lowly +7 here.
That's the stat block.
Okay. I'll just so in character, Dion will just kind of look over to Ayara after she's like shuffling through her bag, and I'll just be like, "Do you want it? I can try."
As a reaction, when you fail a saving throw, you may choose to succeed the saving throw instead, as per legendary act. It destroys it if you choose to do that one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you can keep it, and then you gain a +2 on stuff. So, I mean.
So +2 to hit and +2 to your damage.
And if, like, say you get another disintegration ray throw that you fail, is it worth destroying the lily to not die?
True dat.
It is worth pointing out that, like I said, it doesn't specify school of cantrips. So, like, either your Elder's Blast, I believe, is a cantrip, but so is also the Cleric Sacred Flame.
Mm-hmm.
So other people could use it. They just have to attune to it.
Yep.
Okay.
So, like I said, it could be something you could swap around and decide that day's your day to have the little metal flower. Dulder will look so good with it.
He really would. Waving it around.
Threaten me with a good time.
Put it in your braids and your beard.
Oh my god.
Ayara's like, yeah, I have some like stuff I could trade with you. Do you want any spider claws?
I'll just like slowly put my hand up while kind of making a face at her.
I was gonna say at this point in the conversation, like the price is starting to kind of get raised a little bit more, and it's now at 500 gold. As now people are starting to kind of cheer up 500, 550, 600.
Okay,
Are you putting up for
650? And continue the bid.
Okay, 650. One of the kind of elves that looks like they're kind of dressed in kind of nice, kind of almost like copperish kind of looking kind of clothing, which kind of matches the kind of flower a little bit. And you kind of notice that is kind of a regular kind of garb from Coupling, which is one of the local kind of towns. He looks a little bit put out from it, and he's like having a real tough decision on whether or not he's going to continue bidding. And he kind of reluctantly puts his hand up, so it's at 700 gold at the minute.
I'll just look again at Ayara or other party members for confirmation.
I don't know.
Roll a dice, odds or evens.
Me roll a dice?
Evens.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so odds or evens, and I got an odd.
All right, so we'll stop there.
That's more so if there's any other, like, if the majority of the party thinks we should go for it, or if it's worth just, as long as the arcane order is not getting it, I don't care. But it's not a bad item.
It's a pretty good item for multiple people in the party.
Okay, so I'll put my hand back up and
So-
just kind of like look at the elf like, I'm sorry.
He just gives you daggers back, and you can see him like almost like pull out a coin purse, and he's like trying to look through.
Just give him like a really sad face, like, sorry.
He puts his hand up once more. 800 gold. Do I hear 850?
I'll look at Dulder and Quithus and everybody.
Dalder will raise his hand.
Oh, 850, and the elf just kind of looks at the dwarf. There's like this moment of eons of old hatred spewing, and he just turns around and walks away from the crowd.
You know exactly Dalder's reaction to that.
Blank stare.
He smiles.
No, what? He smiles.
No, he does not.
I
gives
pull
his-
out
he-
the wand of I'm just kidding.
Oh god. Not here. Not now.
Oh yeah,
So-
not in front of the arcane. Never mind. I put the wand back in my bag.
Speaking of which, Lilith, you've noticed, as you've all been kind of keeping an eye on the arcane order as they're kind of looking over things, they didn't seem interested in the lily. In fact, a number of them are currently looking over at your group, and more particularly that of Quithus. And the shield currently in his possession.
I kind of
Well.
give like a little hush, like nudge to Quithus. I'd be like,
Hmm.
they're staring at you. No, don't.
Should we put the
Don't
shield
make
in your
obvious.
bag of holding?
Trying to look without looking.
I just kind of move to the side, so I'm in the line of Quithus, so he can look at the arcane, looking at him,
Right.
looking at me.
Yeah.
And I look
Look at them, and they looked at me.
Try to move myself to the other side of
Yeah.
our 7.
Okay. Both of you make a perception check while you're kind of doing this little kind of maneuver.
15.
18.
Okay. Quithus, you don't really see a lot because you've kind of moved to the back of the group, but with an 18, Lilith, you spot the blue cloaked individual from the Arcane Order, and they're kind of whispering to the same individual that they kind of dragged up to the front to him. And obviously with the observant fee, you can read lips. And you kind of just see him say, "Fascinating, a vestige. I always thought that it was going to be lurking in one of their blasted temples. Might be worth having a conversation after the auction's finished." But at this point, the lily has sold to your group.
Oh, yay.
Yay! Celebration!
Yay! And then the next item is brought forth, which is a nice kind of almost like gaudy looking amulet. Like big chunky kind of gold, kind of like proper like just awful kind of big chunky gold kind of rings kind of all going down, and then right at the bottom is a big kind of ruby kind of glowing stone. And here we have an amulet of health.
Am I not there?
I would say by this point, after this whole kind of thing, you didn't stay there too long. I would say that you'd start to kind of come into the enclave where the thing is. I mean, it is causing quite a bit of a stir with all the arcane order here.
I have a question.
What's the
Sorry.
question?
I was trying to say something before
Go on.
you went on. I was just going to say, did Quithus sit, or is it just me that understood what the guy was saying.
They're quite a distance away. They're like a good 70 to 100 feet away. But you can just kind of see like the lips moving, and you're able to read what they're saying from the lips just from this distance.
I was going to say, I was going to tell Griffiths what they were saying.
Okay.
It kind of went over my head a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of more like, what are they talking about kind of thing. But if you want to move on, we can move on, and I can talk about that in a minute.
No, it's fine. You can pass on the message to what they were saying.
Griffiths, do you remember what they were saying? Or do you want me to?
No, I think I remember,
Yeah. They were just saying that they recognised the shield that Quithis has currently got on him.
Right, and sounds like it's not an immediate threat. They're not going to run over here.
No. They're not going to start swinging. They just want to have They said that they'll have a talk after the auction.
So I just wanted to let you know. I feel like it was important to let you know what they were saying.
Yes, thank you.
Worth it, definitely.
There you go.
But yeah, Lucas is kind of, with the help of Terzok, who's now kind of lifting up the amulet for him because it's too big for the little fairy man to carry, and kind of starts kind of portraying in front of the crowd with this big gaudy kind of gold amulet. An amulet of health which will imbue an individual with the constitution to ward off all manner of different ailments and injuries with superhuman ease. How about we start the bidding at 1,000 gold?
As I walk up, I'll raise my hand.
Alright. There we go, 1,000 gold. Do I hear 1,050? And then like there's a couple hands shoot up straight away. 1,050, 1,100. Do I hear 1,150?
Yeah, I'll raise the hand again.
Okay. 1,150, 1,200. Do I hear? Yeah, that goes up there. 1,200, 1,250, 1,300. Looks back over at you.
I'm trying to find how much they cost.
Ashran don't know that.
Ashran don't know that. It's how much.
Money.
How much is it worth to you? Is the question.
Right, how much is it worth to Ashran?
Mm-hmm.
What are we at?
1,300.
Yeah.
I'll raise my hand.
1,350, 1,400, 1,450. It seems like there's a lot of interest in this amulet currently. And he kind of looks back to you. Do I hear 1,500?
Yep.
1,500, and now at this point in the conversation, one of the order member in the blue cloak kind of puts his hand up, and the bidding starts to kind of go around the crowd, and it starts kind of whipping up, and it gets to about 1,700 as they look back over to you again.
I'll look disgruntled and raise my hand.
1,750. At this point, the order is kind of spotted that the blue individual is kind of tying together a lot of the kind of individual faces that seem to be part of your group together, and he goes to almost raise his hand to kind of bid, but then lowers his hand. And then because the arcane order is kind of backed out, many of the people around the crowd actually start to think that the amulet may not be worth any more. So the amulet is indeed sold to you.
Yay!
Oh, nice. How much?
1,750. You got a bargain on that one.
Steal.
Yeah.
That is a steal, yeah.
If you weren't gonna bid, I was gonna bid for you and be like, "Hey, can I borrow the gold?"
Lilo is stitched out. I want to buy it.
$2. Great film.
Do you want me to add it myself?
You can do, or I can sort the items out later. Just
I got it.
remember to mark
Depends
up.
on if D&D Beyond's being stupid or
Yeah.
not.
I mean, it's working for me.
Well, there you go.
For
For
now.
now.
For now.
Wow, why do you gotta jinx it?
It's my job.
But with that, that amulet is sold to you, and then Lucas kind of flutters down to the little kind of caged kind of pseudo dragon. Like the pseudo dragon itself is like the size of like a small weasel, kind of stored in a little kind of bird cage. And the large minotaur then kind of lifts the kind of cage up back onto the pedestal. So, and here we have the skeleton of a pseudo dragon. The pseudo dragon has the ability, if you crush its bones into powder, that a dragon that you see can gain a vulnerability to a certain arcane damage type, which is not already immune to. And the vulnerability will last for an entire day. However, this is only a one-use item. But when trying to slay a dragon, it may become useful. I know not many of them are around these days. And the material plane, at least, and he kind of looks at the kind of some of the individuals that are from the material plane. But there are certainly those around it. Well, in this plane, to be fair. Do I hear the bidding starting at 5,000 gold?
While this is going on, sorry.
Yep, go for it.
I'm gonna ask Echo to kind of go stealthily, foxily, go near towards the arcane group out of sight to try and eavesdrop on.
Roll a stealth check.
Can do, boss. Oh, Echo's new stats. Where are they? It's not working. I don't know what Echo's new stats are because I can't get on it.
Oh, just roll. Have you got your stats up on you?
I know what they are, but
Well,
I can't.
just roll a d20 and add your dexterity modifier, and we'll call that his stealth.
24.
Okay. He just starts to kind of slink between the legs of all the kind of different crowd members and starts to move his way over. It doesn't look out of place too much in the Vale of all places that you've been.
Mm-hmm. I leave him there for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Information.
But the bidding started at 5,000, and currently the Arcane Order have been battling between two kind of other people in the crowd, and it's now going up to 6,500.
I'll wait until the other person lets down against the Arcane Order, and I'll start putting my hand up.
Okay, there's like this kind of very intense kind of bidding battle at the minute as the price slowly starts to kind of eke its way up to about 10,000, 15,000 gold, 17,000 gold, 18,000, and then some of the individuals in the crowd have just shut their head and just they've got this very dejected look of how can you compete against these kind of a situation, as like no one else seems to be kind of stepping up.
And I'll just kind of make eye contact with Lucas and Turok and raise my hand.
Alright. 19,000. Do I hear 20? And the Arcane Order kind of member puts up his hand for the 20,000. Do I hear 21?
Put my hand up.
21? 22? Like the blue cloaked individual is now kind of looking a little bit frustrated, but almost has like a sense of enjoyment out of this kind of interaction that seems to be kind of going on from either side of the auction crowd. He puts his hand up again. It goes up to 22,000. Lucas looks back to you. 23.
Put my hand up.
23, 24, 24, 25.
I'll put my hand up.
Okay. The blue individual there kind of looks over at you and just kind of gives a curious look. It's like as if he's like studying you from like tip of the horns to toes. And he just kind of gives you.
Ayara's looking at Dion like she is like appalled that she has this much money and has not told us.
I just have this cool, calm, collected face, like none of this is bothering me at all.
Like, this is chump change.
Meanwhile, I can feel the heat radiating off of her.
The blue individual just kind of looks at you and smiles and gives you a kind of a nod. Before shouting out, 50,000 gold.
Oh, see, the whole point was to not let them have this fucking item.
He's looking at you, smiling as if you bidding further.
I'm hearing one person tell me let them have it, and the whole point was to not let them have it. Because this is also an item that I feel like would serve them a little too well.
Agreed.
Also, Lucas is part of the Fae, and he's in it for himself, and he's here, and he's gonna make 50K off of this
Yeah,
shit.
he doesn't give a shit now.
But I did persuade them to the
You
plan,
did.
but
And
they also
I will
are
say,
probably hurting.
OOC, from what Dulder read out to you, he said that she is too old for this to work on.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they weren't buying items to aid the dragon. They are potentially buying items to hurt the dragon.
So I will say then, just very sarcastically out to the whole crowd, well, my wallets may be deep, but they're nowhere deep as the arcane order. I bid a defeat, and I bow to the fucking man in the blue, very just. Ugh.
Yeah, there's a lot of like oohs and ahs kind of going around thing, and it's like the crowd almost like separates a little bit to kind of give a straight shot kind of view between the two of you, like the two like really heavily wealthy bidders, it seems, within this little small corner of the Feywild. But the blue one just kind of nudges one of the red cloaked individuals, who kind of just walks up and grabs the cage from the front of the auction and starts to kind of walk back over towards the carriages at the back. As he just kind of starts to kind of slowly approach. Well fought.
Indeed.
Curious item to be so desperately eager to buy. Dragons are all gone, you know.
Who was the one that just purchased the item for a exorbitant amount of money again?
I'm a collector. I just thought it looked kind of adorable.
So did I. I wanted to buy it for my mom to have something nice.
Well, perhaps
You
you'll
were
find
looking
something
for
else.
a vase earlier, I believe, yes.
Yeah, vase is nice too.
Roll a deception check with advantage. Since the two of you are kind of in cahoots.
That would be a. Oh wait, you said advantage. Okay. That is a quick maths. 27.
You can just see like a very small little kind of smile curl up from the side of his mouth. Well, I do hope you find her something nice. Quite the entourage of individuals you have here. Come here often.
Yeah. They do stick out like a sore thumb here, don't they?
Ezrin puffs up his chest and crosses his arms to try and look bigger.
I mean, come here often. I live here, and I point to the horns and the hooves.
Yes, I was more referring to your friends. Quite the entourage of random people, and he kind of looks over at each of you, and he kind of looks at.
Ayara's got a tomato half in her mouth when he says that.
Yeah, he looks at you very curiously. Looks at Garble's kind of suit, and you can kind of just see like a nice. Before his eyes eventually kind of work along the lot of you before it falls onto Quithus's figure in the back.
And I'll just say, I could say the same to you. It's, oh, and I look at my hand or like a fake watch, like, oh, I can't say I've ever seen the Arcane Order slither their way into the Feywilds before.
Yes, well, we thought why not? It seemed like a good opportunity to go and visit some other places. Of these days, it's certainly something that may be happening a lot more.
Yeah, that timing, I mean, pristine.
when the world opens itself up to its long lost neighbours, it starts to be important that we start to branch out maybe a little bit.
Like fungus, you know? You know, like mold, like fungus. And I just start like pointing to random like things on the ground that look like mold or moss.
Or just blowing around like leaves in the wind. At that point, like a gust of wind just kind of circles around your party, and a few kind of leaves kind of scatter around you.
I grab a leaf and sniff it.
I must admit, this place is very strange compared to what I normally have to endure, but it has its quirks. You there?
Oh, you have no idea.
It completely blanks you and just kind of looks over to Quithus. Rather strange for a human to be in the Order of Bahamut.
May the Lord of the North Wind walk with you. I smile.
He just kind of gives a smile back.
That was bitchy.
Quite the set of weapons and armour you have on yourself there. Tell me, where did you come across such an exquisite shield?
Old family heirloom.
And which family would that be?
Sure you haven't heard of it.
Try me. I know a great deal of many people.
Pretty underground. You wouldn't heard of it.
It's new. It's new old.
As soon
Yeah,
as
OC's new old money.
as soon as you mentioned underground.
That was OC, but yeah.
Oh, okay. OC, okay, I'll allow it.
I was making more of like a joke about music,
Right.
but it's underground.
I'll allow you. Well, of all the items that seem to have been on display here today at the auction, I've got to say, that shield is rather impressive. How much do you want for it?
It's not for sale, I'm sorry.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
You can name your price.
Azrin cuts him off and says, "You heard him," and puts his hand on his axe, just rests on his axe on his waist.
Make an intimidation check.
I have
And
advantage on that.
I'll just add collector or hoarder. Jeez, I'd hate to see your house.
I like shiny things.
Yeah,
Thank
we
God
had
I
a
had
party mate
advantage.
that liked that too, and he's not here.
A total of 21.
He just kind of puts his hands up and kind of steps back a little bit. I mean, no conflict here. I mean, technically, this is out of our jurisdiction. We're here just visiting. If you ever change your mind, be sure to visit us. We'll be happy to buy it off your hands.
I'll bear that in mind.
And he kind of gives each of you a kind of a nod and a bow. And he just kind of starts to kind of slowly walk off back towards the carriages.
That guy was creepy.
Mm-hmm.
You're fucking telling me.
And that's coming from me.
I'll walk up to Lucas real quick and congrats him on the money that he just made. But I'll say the stuff that we bought. Here's the money for the stuff we bought. I have to go talk to Ares.
Okay. And he just kind of takes the money. So, just like these items are the ones you've actually bought. You're not just kind of putting these back in the pot, right?
Yeah, no, we actually want them. So
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Although you fucking got a good deal on that amulet, you assholes. Well, you
Yeah,
bought it fair
here's-
and square.
yeah. And I'll work out the differences in payment with my party members later. But I gotta run.
Mm-hmm. And you go off to find Ares, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What the rest of you doing? You following or?
the arcane group dispersed, or are they still just...
They are currently loading up kind of chests and kind of all the kind of different things that they've bought around the auction to the carriages, and it looks like they're kind of packing up.
Okay, I'll keep Echo with them for a little bit longer. You know, packing talk.
Mm-hmm.
Keep him fun, you know.
Yeah, so I'll walk back to the party and whisper something like I have to go talk to Ares, and then like I'll walk out not looking like, obviously not trying to be conspicuous about it, but then the
Don't be
second I'm out of
suspicious.
eyesight, I'm blasting.
Don't be suspicious. Roll a stealth check.
Roll a stealth check to walk normal.
Where it's more to kind of disguise like the fact that you're trying to just
it's a
nonchalantly.
dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
But yeah, you're all the way down to the training guard. So what the rest of you doing? Are you following quickly in step, or are you staying and keeping an eye on the arcane order?
I'll probably hang back in the crowd a little bit.
Okay.
I know I'd probably stand out like a sore thumb, but
I'll stay with you just so I can keep an eye on like Echo, so he can.
All right. Both of you may make a perception check.
I'll give her advantage.
Okay. Wise choice. Was that 2 natural ones?
Natural 20.
Oh, for fuck's sake. As you're kind of looking at this kind of group of individuals that are kind of setting up all these kind of carriages and stuff, again, one of the carriages kind of shakes and rocks, and you hear another roar, and you see like a big kind of almost like blue and red kind of scaled kind of looking skin of a creature kind of poke its eye up to one of the bars and just kind of start to blink and looking out at the kind of crowd of people that are now starting to disperse.
Okay.
Looks almost like canine in kind of shape of the head.
Why is D&D not working?
Well, I know she got the natural 20, but since I was helping, would we recognize it at all?
No, the 2 kind of creatures that you fought didn't look like this.
Oh, okay.
This is something new.
Is it a animal that I can kind of cast Speak of Animals with?
No.
Wow.
Not from this distance. You could go closer and try if you wanted to.
I'd do that.
Okay.
Definitely.
Here I thought this place was kind of protected from their kind.
The kind of minotaur that's kind of next to you goes, it's not so much that it's protected from their kind, it's more the fact that they're here, they're not causing trouble, so until they do, we've got to treat them like welcome guests.
I suppose you're right. It's the right thing to do. But we warned Lucas, but you should know too.
Don't worry, I've got a handle on things here. Besides, the auction's done for the day.
Was this the first auction?
I mean, yeah, we don't have like a daily intake of like auctions. It's normally like a once a week kind of thing. You're kind of lucky you kind of came here when you did, to be honest. We kind of get an influx of a different items. Some of them go to the shops, the ones that are kind of more of like the everyday kind of items, and then some of the more kind of fanciful ones go to the auction because they tend to try and bring in a little bit more coin.
Not saying I'm impeding on your business, but where do you find all these?
Oh, they come and go. I mean, the Feywild isn't like locked off like the other realms, so it's one of the most visited realms from your neck of the woods, at least.
Ah, it's my first time.
Yeah. He just kind of gives a laugh.
Yeah, I've partook.
Just wait until you
But
go
I
home.
think I've gotten a sense of it a little bit.
The come down's a doozy.
Oh, great.
How long have you been here for?
Beats me. A few days, maybe.
That's not so bad then.
I kind of lose track of time in here.
Spend
out here.
spend some years in here, and ooh, that's when things get spicy.
I'm sure we'll be back. We have as you know, a friend that lives here.
You mean Nylia?
I was talking about Dion, but yeah, I suppose Nylia too.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Dion's been away for a few years, so I didn't think you assumed like. Dawn Greeks don't always tend to come back. Some of them kind of stay out there. They fall in love with your world and stay. So it's nice to see that she's come home, if not for just a small amount of time.
For her, I think it's only been a few months. For them.
Yeah, like I said, Feywild, come down is fun.
OOC jet lag, yeah, between planes, giggity.
Major jet lag.
In the meantime, at this point, I would say you've made it to the training grounds.
Okie dokie.
Just fully out of breath, like. Okay. Whew.
Ares just kind of turns around as he's like training some of the individuals. You also see Andra there, who's currently kind of starting to kind of take some measurements for some of the cadets.
Okay. Ooh. I just like give him like a second, just kind of catch my breath. Hey, Ares, I got to report something. Nobody's done anything yet, but it's suspicious. And I just kind of like give him the finger eye thing.
Suspicious, eh? What?
Arcane Order is in the Feywild. Do you know who they are?
I mean, of course, it's been the sole kind of reasoning for the tug of war between the Seelie and Unseelie for all these years.
Yeah. Well, they're here, buying up an inconspicuous amount of magic items, while there's evil afoot in the material plane, and they've got a beastie boo in the back of their caravan. So, I'm just saying, keep an eye on them, because they're up to no good.
He kind of turns around and gives a nod to a couple of the other kind of centaurs that are currently kind of armed and just kind of on standby, and they kind of just start to kind of trot off over in the direction of the auction.
Don't be suspicious.
This is
Don't
our
be
land.
suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
We have every right to patrol our lands.
Mm-hmm. And I'll give him the rundown that it's 4 caravans, a little over a dozen people. The more powerful one seems to be wearing the blue robes, and then there's some kind of monster making noises in one of their caravans. I won't give him the whole rundown of why it's a bother to the material plane, because, that would take a hot minute to explain.
Rest assured, the Veil was saved yesterday. I don't see it falling under any kind of threat immediately the day after. At least I hope not.
They did mention... Wait, OOC did... was the other part where the lip reading was relayed about, like, oh, well, we thought they'd have more stuff in the temple?
I told when I...
No. He said when he was talking about this shield, he said he always assumed it would be in one of Bahamut's temples.
Oh, okay.
I just relayed it to Chris.
Yeah.
I don't know
Gotcha. Either way, like, just...
It didn't seem like they were going to march up to the Nylia's temple to burst in there.
But as I think any fey creature would just immediately assume guard the temple.
Yeah.
So. But I'll just be like, I don't know if they're just looking to buy stuff. I don't trust it. They seem pretty suspicious. So that's why I came sprinting over.
Well, we'll keep an eye on them. Hopefully now the auction's done with for this week, they haven't got any reason to hang about and they'll be on their way.
Hopefully. If any trouble happens, just, see, I'm assuming there's some kind of, like, city alarm or something, like a horn they have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll
and he just kind of turns and looks at this big giant, like, curled, like, it almost looks like it's been carved off a giant beast at some point. There's like 15-foot long horn that's just kind of curled around on top of the building of the training quarters.
Yeah. So I'll just before I leave, I'll say, well, keep an eye out, and if I hear the horn, I'll come a running.
Certainly itching for a fight since I missed out the other day.
Yeah, I'm just hoping there's not another big fight right after that.
Relax. Like I said, hopefully, with all things going well, they'll just move on and go to whatever next location they're venturing to.
For their sake, let's hope they don't meet the other end of the bow of the huntress. And I'll just kind of laugh and start walking off.
Certainly her or Demetra.
Then I will, I guess, make my way back to where I assume the party might be going if they're leaving the auction house.
I don't know. The rest of you would the rest of you have just been keeping an eye on them as they're packing up and leaving?
I think Lilith and Azrin would have been.
What about the rest of you? What are you doing?
Sure as fuck ain't taking off at a dead sprint through town. for no reason.
Listen, it wasn't for no reason.
For us, it was for no reason.
Listen, I live here. Don't question what I do.
Goes my girl. Watch 'em as they run.
Pooping as it runs.
So yeah,
I mean,
they're,
I picture she was Mirror's Edge parkouring through the city
oh my
anyway.
god, kitty
Man.
cat, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yes, the cat is very loud. Yeah,
Oh,
just
come on,
me.
very obnoxious.
But yeah, I would say that if the rest of you are just kind of sitting there waiting for Dion to kind of return, eventually Dion does make the way back. Before they managed to return, though, you did see two armed centaurs just kind of poke around the crowd that is now pretty much gone now at this point. There's only kind of the carriages now left and your kind of group that's just been kind of meandering about. And these two centaurs have just kind of started to kind of just walk around as if like on a normal patrol, just keeping a very close eye.
Nothing to see here, folks.
And then I'll like hold out the items from the auction and be like, somebody owes me money.
I got 128 gold with your name on it.
I'll look at the flower and be like, I think this is useful for most of us. But this one, and I look at Azrin because he was the one that like really kind of was ham-fisting for it.
For what?
The Amulet of Health.
The amulet.
Oh. Yeah, I mostly bought it for the group. I slap Garble on the shoulder. Someone
Do 5 damage.
Yeah.
Half as health.
Someone might need a little help.
Dislocated shoulder.
It's like the cartoons when someone slaps on the shoulder, but my actual body just punches down to the ground.
Yeah. little crater.
How much was the total gold? So I just know how much I gave away.
Oh, God.
I bought the amulet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, how much was the flower then? 750? No, 850?
850.
850 was the flower.
Okay. And then for the amulet, I guess, since, we slapping around Garble, I'll just go ahead and place it on Garble. I'll be like, looky here, it matches your skin.
I just hope that my neck just don't necrotizes.
Careful of that ruby, though. I've heard stories about where they come from.
Matches my skin.
Weirdly as well, as it kind of rests on Garble's chest, you start to kind of see it start to kind of pulsate and kind of glow. Almost look like there's a little kind of fire, a little kind of burning on the inside of it.
Oh.
How appropriate. And I'll just be like, keep an eye on that. If your neck starts to turn dead, then take it off.
Well, hopefully his extra boost in stamina will counteract that.
We'll see. Trust no jewelry.
He's had a bad history of it.
Oh, hope you guys don't mind. Something with Kalen just didn't sit right, so I went and had a chat with him. Turned out good. He told me that one of those champions was last seen in the Nessian Woods here in the Feywild.
Who?
Does Dion react to the Nessian Woods?
I react how you think you'd react.
Oh, see, I can't remember if they're good or bad. I think they're bad.
No.
Everything's bad here, right?
The Nessian Woods is a section of the forest near the Vale that was kind of watched over by Nylea, but for the most part, your people were told to stay out because it's dangerous.
Okay.
I have no idea where that is. Anyway, but
Dion
it's
just
the champion of Melora.
Yeah. Dion just kind of points over the top of the kind of nearby kind of houses, and you just see this never-ending like blanket of treetops that stretch out to the horizon.
Oh, great! We're right here.
Yeah, great. We're right here. You know how like I was really upset about this whole Coraline thing because my childhood and stories I've heard throughout my whole life. It's the same with the woods.
Well, I mean, Coraline turned out okay, so how bad could the Nessian Woods be?
You remember where you are, right? And I just gesture around vaguely to like the Feywilds in general.
No, actually, I don't know where I am. I know this is
We're
your home,
in
but
the
I
Skola
have
Vale,
zero
in the
clue.
Feywild of the non-material.
I was kind of out of it for the first 2 days, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. It's really nice here.
How large would you say that forest is?
Pretty big. It's bigger than the city. Much bigger than the city.
Make a nature check.
Okay. That's a 17.
It's almost like the laws of physics don't quite work the same way in the Feywild. Things such as like time, distance, and all that are all relative. Trying to gauge the size of a certain area in the Feywild is literally impossible. The Nessian Woods could be a day's travel to get across, or they could be an eternity, depending on certain things going in favour or against you.
So I'll roughly explain that and be like, the last time I was in there, I was a little kid, so it looked like it was pretty big. But that's all relative. But there's stuff that lives in there that I don't want to see. And stuff that lives in there that I do want to see. I haven't decided if the do's outweigh the don'ts.
Well, it's something we could ask your Sybil Council.
Yeah.
Maybe they have more information now that we've kind of narrowed it down.
Are we still gonna have to? And I just like point to my bag, like, are we still gonna have to do this fruit thing? You think, or like?
From my conversation, I don't think he knew much more, and I was just about to get to it. But he did tell me he knows of another vestige, but he doesn't know where it is. It's a scythe of some sort, and he said something is killed by that scythe. It's dead. No coming back. Not like Soph. She always comes back.
Sometimes dead is better.
So we know of a few now. At least it's a really good head start.
The Scythe of Double Tap.
Blah, blah. The scythe of coup de grace.
When Adrian mentions a scythe vestige, Dolder will kind of like mentally rewind and go through his vision and try to see if he saw a scythe in that.
Yes, thinking back to the dream, there was one of the champions within the group that seemed to be kind of separated away from the main kind of gathering, almost like almost like they didn't want to be there with these people, but were there at a necessity. And they were granted a rather very tall, kind of like 10-foot long, pure black scythe that just seemed to like drift off these kind of weird kind of feathers that just seemed to come from an unseen location.
Distinctly raven feathers.
Mm-hmm. It would seem
Yeah,
so.
I forgot that he told me that. Sorry.
Dolder
Oh,
was
OC.
like as you're saying that, Dolder like looks up, does the mental checklist, and you mutters to himself, "The scythe of the Raven Queen."
I snap my fingers. I'm like, yes. Now that you say that, he did tell me that. Sorry, not the best at remembering things.
Me either.
Oh, hey.
My concern is that we have a very vague clue towards this champion of having been in this very large forest. We will need more to work on than that. We cannot afford to spend the next 15 years traversing this forest looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack.
Yeah, Kalen said, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Rem, that it was a reclusive person that lived like him in there. So it could be someone the Sibyls know. That's all the information he was given.
Yeah, it was the champion of Melora that had survived beyond the war. And after the war was done, they returned to the Feywild, which was one of the favourite realms of Melora. And basically, they just ditched everything they had of power aside from the vestiges that they were given, and just wandered off into the forest, never to be seen again.
I convey that word for word. And their bracelets?
Yes.
Gauntlets? Bracers. So might be good for some sort of protection for one of us.
Can Dolder do? What does Dolder know of Melora?
Roll a religion check.
That's what I was assuming you were gonna go with, but I didn't want to assume.
Suncraft does not like to stay in the channel today.
Everything's breaking today.
19.
A 19. Melora was very much another outcast. Much like the Raven Queen was an outcast later on, Melora was like the one to begin with. While Ioun and Arathis were very much like trying to gather the other pantheon together to raise up mortal kind and helping out Moradin, start to kind of construct the major cities around the world. Melora was very much one with the nature. She very much enjoyed kind of the interactions with more of the animal aspects. She is the goddess of many of the druids that live around the world, and she's also the patron kind of goddess of Meridan, which is a strange kind of one, since many of the elves who were created by Corellin, in fact, worship Melora a little bit more than him.
Would Dolder, from his history studies, whatever, know if she specifically like an elven deity or more just a nature in general? Whoever walks the nature path.
More nature.
Copy.
But the elves of Meridan in particular are very much attached to Melora.
Yeah, they're more prone in that direction.
Yeah. Whereas many of the other elven cities around that aren't Meridan are all kind of Corellin and the Seldarin and the other elven pantheon. What did you roll again for the religion? Sorry.
Sorry, 19.
19. You would also know, during the war, the betrayers tried to basically tear down the forest that surrounds Meridan, and Melora, Corellin, and the other Seldarin charged from the Feywild to kind of force them back. And Meridan was one of the cities that never fell, and the forest itself has stood for the test of time. But they charged out of the Feywild and they never went back. And it seems Nylea was the one that was kind of left behind to kind of run things in the Feywild before she got locked up.
We'll relay said information to the party.
So we have multiple signs pointing to Meriden. We could either leave now, or soon. Get some answers for you and from Meriden and for Lilith, and then come back when we have a better idea, perhaps.
I mean,
Depending on if we
forest
have
is right
a way
there.
back.
The
Sorry, I cut you off.
forest is right there, but if we do not have a location or a clue where to start, the forest that is right there is also however many miles in either direction. Cluelessly searching there, we can spend a lifetime looking and never find anything.
Lilith can do her speak with animals and see if we can find anything that way before we leave.
We can attempt to turn over whatever stone we can and see what we can find, but my time is running short. Your and Dalder will look first at Adrian and then at Dion. Your village has been saved, now your village has been saved. The pressing matters have been attended to, and very soon I must return to Carthaldur. The information I carry is too important to linger.
Yeah, you're right. We did say that your town was next.
I say we gather more information while we assist Dolder.
Okay. Well,
The fact that Kalen hadn't heard anything about the bracers prior or moving from there suggests that they're still there. So the Arcane Order doesn't know about them either.
he's also been so far removed from the items for so long that the Arcane Order might have a heads up on him. They seem to know where a lot of stuff is that they shouldn't.
True, very true. However, that shield was under their nose the whole time and they didn't know about it.
That is also fair.
I say it's worth the risk. We need to help Dolder.
Quithus, give me a history check.
It's a 20, dirty 20.
Okay. You remember being sent to Vidal to go and seek out the Bahamut temple, but about 40 years ago it was burnt down. And the two golden half dragons that spoke to you said that the Arcane Order ended up attacking.
What's that? You broke up.
The two half dragons that you met down below.
Yeah.
They said that the Arcane Order had attacked the temple while they were small children, looking for something, and
I forgot that.
Yeah.
I relay that.
So they have an inkling of where certain things might be, at least, which is why I'm very uneasy that they're here, considering what we know now.
I'm slightly confused, sorry. I thought me and Quithus was still in, like, alone, looking over the Arcane Order people.
I mean, I don't think anyone left apart from Dion.
Yeah, Dion ran off. We were the only ones that piped up saying we were doing anything. So
Yeah, I just assumed that everyone else has stayed with you.
Right, okay.
And
I heard it as everyone had left and me and Quithus.
No.
I left and then I came back, and that's where the conversation picked up.
So I was just confused because when Quithus said I relay that to a group, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's just me and you, right?
No.
Nope, all of us are back together. Have been.
Yeah.
So.
But at this point, as you've been having this conversation and just kind of watching these kind of individuals kind of put all kind of bits and pieces together, Lilith, give me one last perception check with advantage.
18.
18.
Oh wait, I didn't add on one modifier.
20,000.
Yeah. Right.
18 plus 8, whatever it is.
26.
26. Fucking a lot better than 18. One of the individuals, as they load, the kind of Crimson Cloak individuals, as they load kind of some of the items into the crate, you start to kind of fine-tune your little elven eyes onto the details, trying to kind of find any kind of semblance of any kind of little bits of information that you can find. And as they kind of their hand kind of pushes items into the box, you notice that none of their hands have fingernails. And you start to kind of really examine their skin. There's no kind of hairs or anything. It almost looks like their flesh is almost like sculpted. It doesn't look flesh-like. And as you've been kind of watching over them, only the blue-robed individual has spoken.
Would I have ever come across like anyone having no fingernails or like weird skin before? Like, would I have ever seen anyone?
I would say just a general idea of the Arcane Order. The Crimson Cloaks and the kind of creatures that they kind of created are very much like, almost like, for a lack of a better description of them, they're like the Men in Black kind of thing. They're talked about, but they're very rarely seen. And then when they are seen, things tend to go missing. The Crimson Cloaks, now that you're trying to kind of gauging a look at them, the Crimson Cloaked individuals.
Thank you.
It seems may also be some sort of abominational kind of creation, much like the creatures within the carriages.
So is that a yes or a no that I would have seen this before?
You haven't seen it before, but just piece it together with that fucking 26 roll, you kind of get the idea that these things aren't living and that they are creations.
Okay. I would say I relay that, but I kind of earlier went more forward because I wanted to go and see like the beastie thing. Okay, I'll take that in mind. Do I recognise the beastie thing while I'm there?
Which the blue and red one? No, you don't recognise it unless you wanted to look in one of the other carriages.
Yes, I'll do that. You said it was more like canine.
Yeah,
like,
the one that kind of popped up to the kind of cage and looked out was more like canine and like a blue and red kind of scaly skin. But there are three other carriages as well.
I would like to try and have a look at them.
Okie dokie, make a perception check. Or investigation, this would be a close look.
My investigation modifier. Where are you? Okay, 22.
22. Yeah, as you're kind of looking through the other kind of things, there are two carriages have these kind of blue-red looking canine, strange looking creatures. In the Feywild, they don't stand out too much, but certainly in your world they do. But two of the other last carriages contain two creatures that you have seen before. One of them is like a large hulking green kind of giant kind of sloth gorilla creature that had caused the clerics a little bit of a misfortune.
Those things, they suck.
And the other one is the more reptilian looking like bipedal gecko with like its chest is just riddled with different mouths that are all kind of open. It's like it's got like 24 kind of mouths all kind of scattered across its chest and stomach.
Thanks, I hate it.
I'm having a brain fart. When did we come across that one?
Straight after Shawcross.
Yeah, when we were leaving to come to the Feywild. They
Oh,
ambushed us.
yeah.
Where you were right in the middle of all of them, and Dolder had to come
In fact,
save you.
yeah, I think I rolled for you, and I rolled like a natural 1 on your stealth check.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say I don't think
Yeah,
I was there.
I don't
for
think
that
you were
one.
there.
I was down to, was it 7 hit points total?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It was.
I thought
It was.
I
Single digits.
teleported her out of it.
Yeah,
It
you
was pretty
teleported her out of there. You vortex warped her away.
What kind of like demeanor are they having? Are they like causing a fuss? Are they being aggressive?
They
Sitting in a cage. They're sad.
as you kind of approach the kind of cage a little bit, a few of them start to kind of growl as they kind of look at you. One of the kind of more canine-looking things, its tail kind of whips around and kind of points in your direction. And at the end of the tail itself, there's just a single eyeball.
Ew.
Did you both just say ew?
Yeah, was it
Yeah.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah.
Had me giggling.
Okay, so I'm getting the kind of feeling like they are a little bit aggressive.
A little.
They tend to be growling to kind of give you the keep your distance from the cart kind of scenario.
They don't want to be cuddled.
They
Try
don't-
casting a spell near them, see what happens. I'm sure they love that.
Okay. Well, I was gonna do the speak Vanna as well. I'm probably I can only do that once per long rest, and I'll probably use that on Echo to find out his shit.
And like, as Echo's just kind of keeping to your side as you're kind of weaving through these carts a bit nonchalantly. I mean, they're certainly keeping an eye on you, but while you're not doing anything other than looking, they're not really
We can
getting.
speak to Echo. We're in the Feywild.
Yeah, you can. But as Echo starts to kind of walk past the one with the kind of large, kind of yellowish, kind of gecko-looking creature with the really long forearms, the teeth on the chest all start to kind of chatter as it kind of watches him pass, and you start to kind of see his form kind of shrink down slightly a little bit and starts to kind of turn back to his kind of red-furred self. And then his pace kind of quickens away and it kind of reverts back to the larger green that he is in the Feywild.
As he like scurries, but can I could ask him, does he understand what he's saying?
Echo just looks at you and goes, "It's not saying anything. I don't think they're beasts."
Abominations.
Abominations.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. For like, cause I don't think she was.
Yeah,
here
I don't
this,
think you
so
were
she
there
doesn't
for this.
Remember what they were?
Yeah.
They like
Well.
they
They're
keep us from doing magic.
yeah, they're basically mage hunter kind of creatures. They basically target and attack things for the arcane order that possess natural arcane or divine magics.
Don't you touch my acorn?
Acorn.
They
Is
literally.
that just the geckos?
They
So-
literally, Soph, they turned Dolder's healing into damage to other players.
Ew.
Well, the healing Dolder was getting.
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't get any of our spells off.
Yeah. They're very bad news for spell users.
Okay. Does that go for like all of them? Are they all like not a man-made thing, but like an abomination kind of?
They seem to be some sort of creature that the arcane order have kind of developed and kind of genetically kind of probably spliced together over the years.
All of them, so all three kind of.
The creatures in general.
Okay.
But each one has their own kind of unique way of dealing with magic wielders.
Okay. And Echo can't understand them.
No. They're just deep guttural kind of growls and monstrosity kind of noises that are coming from the carriages as you're walking past.
Do we see her over there?
I mean, she's pretty nimble and stealthy when she wants to be, so I would say as you kind of kept track of her walking over, yeah, but she's doing such a great job at just kind of just meandering around, not looking suspicious and
Suspicious.
Because you said we recognized the growl.
of one of the cages from
Yeah, so I'm assuming maybe one of us would have been like, like be careful over there. You remember what happened last time.
Yeah, but you also know that Lilith doesn't tend to use spells all that much, so it probably wouldn't be.
Yeah.
That's true.
I've got an idea in my head.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna cast to the blue and red canine thing. Because I know what that looks like. I've dealt with that myself. Whereas I don't like the gecko-y things.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Speak of Animals, potentially. On the red and the cat canine thing.
The dog with the weird eyeball tail.
Correct.
Okay. You begin to focus on the magical energy that you use to cast Speak with Animals. As you're trying to focus on it, it's struggling to get through, and you start to kind of see some of these kind of red individual kind of figures that are kind of around the caravans. Just start to kind of turn and start looking in your direction as you start to cast a spell in their vicinity.
Okay.
And they start to approach you.
I kind of just be like, a hand goes on my bow, like, but not noticeably, like, and just give like a little bit of a smile and a wave, like a hello.
You can see this weird, very like just chiseled kind of weird. It almost looks like it's been just like a sculpted statue's face underneath the kind of the hood, and you just see this kind of wide kind of smile, the kind of dagger-like sharp teeth just kind of appear underneath that the hooded silhouette, and both of them just point you away from the carriages and basically tell you to scram.
I stand still and just, your creatures, they're beautiful.
They're just standing there still, just pointing away, just staring at you blankly.
I'm gonna assume that they, like you said, they don't talk, but I'm just gonna continue asking a question for a second. What is it called?
A voice behind you says, "That certain individual is an absorber."
I really quickly, like with my hand still on my bow, kind of give like a...
Hello? Oh, don't tell me I've cut out ear now. No. No. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Did the stream go down?
Hello?
Okay.
No.
No, cool.
No.
Cool. Panic.
Panic.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying? I cut off.
I just questions like an absorber,
Mhm.
as I was like clenching my bow and like kind of in a panic, but also like try and stay calm.
You turn around and see the kind of blue-robed elven individual that you saw earlier at the auction. He's just kind of smiling at you. Yes, an absorber. Quite a nasty little beast.
I've never seen one before. It's a very beautiful...
Well, you're certainly in luck. Not many that do see these type of creatures, live to say whether they've seen one or not.
Well, you and your fellow companions seem to have done well as well, to have seen one and captured one.
Oh no, we don't capture them. We make them.
Kind of like tighten my hand on my bow and take a small little step back, but like back so a little bit more towards the... It's going to sound weird, but like a little bit more towards Cage. You make them.
Yes, they prove to be quite useful when we're tracking down rogue spell users that are doing illegal magic.
would one make such a beautiful creature?
Lots of hard work and a little bit of know-how, arcane practices, a little bit of science. If you like.
And... Sorry, you first.
I was going to say, if you're interested, when your friends, I assume, return to the material plane, which is where I imagine most of you are from, given the look of you all, you'd be more than welcome to come and visit in Vidal.
We'll take that into consideration. And I just kind of try and distract him and go back more towards the beast.
Okay. Roll a sleight of hand check,
Okay.
or deception, either one.
23.
Okay.
I went with sleight of hand.
Okay. And
as
who?
I step a little bit
Go on.
closer, is the beast like doing anything?
The beast is now starting to kind of just like walk backwards and forwards inside the carriage as you're getting closer and closer. It's starting to look a little bit more agitated.
Okay.
But he says, and if you do end up kind of coming to the citadel within Vidal, who may I say to allow entry? I know, sorry, my own apologies. I know names isn't something that is an accepted thing to do. Perhaps there's a name for your entourage of people?
Just tell him cock.
Well, with such beautiful creatures, you must have a name for yourselves. In Vidal, I'm sure we'll be able to find you.
Well, I'm sure you can't miss. It's the big, giant, massive citadel that is in the centre of the town. And if you can't tell, we are of the Arcane Order.
We assumed as much.
I mean,
So
and
Nick-
he kind of looks up at the Arcane Order symbol that's painted on the side of the carriage. We tend not to try and keep it hidden.
FYI, I was kind of being like facetious, like I assume as much.
Mhm.
Which in a nice way, because I'm a polite
At
person.
this point, are you still moving back towards the carriage?
No, I'm gonna kind of like halt.
How far away?
I'd probably say maybe like 2 meters. Because I was pretty near it, and then I walked forward, and then I started walking back.
Me trying to calculate meters to feet, god damn it.
That's about 6 foot, yeah.
Okay.
Not really, but close enough.
Yeah, you...
6'3".
Yeah, you started to kind of back away a bit, and as you kind of stopped about 6 feet away, you see like a large kind of clawed kind of hand just kind of reach from behind the bars and not swipe at you, but it just can't quite get the distance. And he kind of reaches out and grabs you and pulls you forward a little bit. Those claws could be quite sharp. Wouldn't want that pretty face to get damaged.
Kind of just give him like a sly smile, and then I put my hands up to the canine. Don't want to call him a beast, but like, and then turn around again to the hooded guy in blue and say, "Do they have a name? Like a natural, like they have a name, like I'm Lilith kind of name."
No, they're
Not
a tool, not a pet. And he just kind of he kind of gives a look at Echo, who's now down by your side, just kind of keeping like a bit of like a buffer zone between the two of you.
Just hand back. It's a shame. Every living being should have a name. And then I just kind of turn back to the beast. Beastie. I don't like calling him a beast. To the absorber. And just really silently, because I would say I'm probably a bit more closer to the beast than I am to the guy. If that's okay. And just be like, repeat myself. Every creature should have a name, and I kind of like want to stare it in the eye, as to say like I'm friendly.
Yeah, this kind of big
Every-
eye from this big bulbous eye in the end of the tail is just kind of looking through the bars. And it's kind of pupil narrows a little bit as you start to kind of see this kind of energy start to kind of build up inside the actual kind of coloration of the eye itself. Almost like something's charging up. And the hairs on the back of your neck start to stand on end as you kind of start to kind of sense dangers approaching if you don't back off soon.
Yeah. I give Echo a little bit of a stroke. Turn back to the guy in blue. And just before I leave, I say, "You asked me your name. Are you brave enough to give yours?"
I'll give you the name in Vidal if you end up coming to visit. And he kind of jumps up onto one of the kind of carriages and just kind of slams down twice hard on the roof as the carriages start to kind of pull off and head off back towards the northern direction around the mountain.
Did you say he'd left?
They're starting to kind of roll away now.
Okay. Then I will say to Echo, "Have you ever seen a beast like that before?"
Not that one. I've seen the other two when we fought them on the beach after Shawcross.
Did you gather some information?
I believe they're starting to kind of move from city to city in the Feywild, trying to gather as much as they can before returning back to the material plane. It seems that something has them a little bit on edge. Perhaps something's...
What?
Well, you did end up kind of clearing the storm around the continent, so the whole world's now reunited again for the first time in thousands of years, so that's probably something along the lines. And maybe Sarin as well, given that they seem to interested in the pseudo-dragon.
You said they were going city to city collecting. Are they looking for anything particular?
It didn't seem so. They're just looking for anything that they could probably use.
Weapons?
Hmm?
I assume. Like weapony, I assume? Magical?
Weapons, armors, magic, and anything of that sort, I imagine.
Okay. I give him a pat on the head and say, "Let's go." To meet up with the guys.
Right.
And then...
What are the rest of you doing?
Oh, I was just going to say...
Apparently
Okay.
watching Dr. Doolittle over there.
What are you
Waiting for shit to hit the fan.
What are you saying, Lilith?
I was just gonna say, like, when I get back to the group, I kind of relay. I don't know if they heard. I was probably a bit too far
You're a
away,
bit too
but
far away,
yeah, a little bit of that information about like what that animal was called, that it was made, and Echo said that they were like going city to city and looking for stuff.
Mm-hmm. So while that was happening,
This
what were
is
you
too
all
little,
doing?
by the way.
What were we doing?
Yeah.
Probably just continuing our... I guess I will ask if we think we should still drug the elf or not, but... I think...
I mean,
I don't know if we really need to.
if we don't drug him, can we still do it?
Boblin's like, I'll do it. Can we do it?
Let's do it.
Come on. Be like last one hurrah before you kind of leave, because, I'm staying behind. We can have like one little trip before you go on your trip. Kind of.
And if we're gonna do that, we might as well at least get some useful info out of it and still do it with the elf if he has any info that maybe he's trying to forget for so long that he forgot.
Okay.
Having stood there and watched this go down, was Dulder able to read lips and get most of the interaction as well?
Probably from Lilith's perspective, the blue-robed individual had their back turned to you.
Well, that and the entire hood bit.
Yeah.
But as she comes back and she realizes, Dulder will look at her and go, "You do realize those are not animals, right?"
They may not be animals, but they're still creatures.
No, they are not. They are creations made in a lab, specifically to be tools to hunt and kill those with magic.
Made or born?
Made,
They're still a
not
creature.
born. No,
Made
they are
or
not.
born. They still deserve.
I guess we kill golems anymore either.
Either way, they're hypocrites. As far as the elf goes, I don't feel like we need to drug him, but if that's what you guys want to do.
Oh, come on, Adrian.
I had a heart-to-heart with the guy.
Drug that
I
elf.
think he's being
Drug
completely
that
honest.
elf. The Sibyls also said that it might give him a kick up the arse to kind of get his priorities in order as well. If he perhaps saw what was to come, it might.
Is it like a good high, Ram?
You don't know.
I mean,
You
if it's
never
worth
know.
getting him more on our side when a big fight comes, then I think it would be worth trying. Plus, sure, he might have been honest, but again, like I said, some of the stuff he could have forgotten out of sheer survival instincts. The brain likes to forget things that would hurt it.
Yeah, childhood trauma is a thing.
Yeah, look at that one.
By the way,
We both
give
just
me
point
my
at Ayara.
dream.
I point at her. She points at herself. She forgot she even knew that she was like half dwarf.
Yeah. By the way, I can understand you now.
That's
Dolder?
Yeah.
What in the where and the how?
Now we
can
can be
understand
even
you.
better friends. I can understand Dwarvish now.
You can also speak it if you wanted to.
I can.
Yeah.
So I'll say to Dolder in Dwarvish, we're gonna be the best friends.
You can see Zolder's looks at you.
And please let
He attempts to do like the normal, just deadpan fucking I'm dead inside stare, but at this point, both his bottom eyelids are just twitching.
perfect Dwarvish, like perfectly pronunciated, no accent.
He looks like he may or may not be having a very small seizure. You can feel his blood pressure fucking rise.
Before we do anything, though, I do want to send a sending message to Marcus.
Okay, what are you sending?
Ran into arcane order hunters in Feywild, buying up a lot of magic items. Said, quote, for her, quote, may not work due to age.
A few moments pass. Understood. Breakthrough with the Halfling's Crystal. Currently in queue key. That's it.
Okay. I will relay the message to the rest of the party. To OOC, help me remember what the halfling crystal is. Oh, it's
the little gem that Nep stole at the start of the campaign.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
part of the stones that help power their shit.
Mm-hmm. But would this all have been happening as you head over to Kaylin's house?
Yeah.
You're doing this as you're heading over there?
Sorry, I was typing.
That's right.
Yep. We're doing this.
So, yes, a number of you reach Kaylin's house for the first time. It's familiar now to a number of you. But you see this beautiful kind of crafted elven-style house with this tree growing out of this beautiful spiraled kind of tower that's growing out the kind of the join of the L shape of the building. And currently, it seems heavily smoking out in the kind of garden area still at this point is Kaylin, whose pupils are looking a little bit dilated. It looks like he may have already been taking something himself.
Do I recognize this house?
No.
Okay.
I kind of lock eyes with him as best I can in his state and kind of give him like a sorry look.
Hey, buddy. Oh, I brought the whole gang. Fun. How can I help you further?
We'd like to get high with you, sir.
He kind of looks at his pipe. I think I've just smoked the last of it, to be honest.
What? No,
Dan's
it's okay.
kind of like
We have
rubs
other
the bridge
stuff.
of their nose, just like, I really wish you guys would let me talk.
No, it's okay. Dion has some stuff.
Oh shit. He just kind of looks at you. He looks a lot more cheerier than he did earlier on. It seems that he's been having quite a fun afternoon, kind of sitting here in his garden.
See, he's already down.
Yeah. So I pulled the fruit out of my bag, and so the Sibyls gave us this, said it might help us to see your side and vice versa.
Alright. Fuck it. You've caught me in a good mood, why not? What do we do?
Let's go!
I guess we find a comfortable place to sit in a circle and eat a piece of fruit.
Pull out your hut!
We can't all fit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not comfortably. I said comfortably.
Okay.
Also,
Gonna
we're
fucking
in his
hotbox
tower.
us
Why would
in.
why would I hotbox us in the hut when we're in his tower?
Also, we're not hotboxing. We're doing fruits, not smokes.
You're doing mushrooms.
And
Hot
we're doing
sure
edibles.
someone will
Yeah, that's
fart.
fair.
That's considered hotboxing.
Yeah. But he manages to kind of... He goes back into the house, pulls out some kind of pillows and blankets and lays them all out. He kind of creates a little kind of nice little circle picnic area of like all these kind of cushioned areas. Well,
Yara creates like a little nest for herself and is like, I'm ready.
ready when you are. Deal it out.
Dollar will offer to be everyone's quote-unquote spirit guide. Basically be the DD for the night to make sure that no one does anything too stupid when they're tripping balls.
Okay, so Dolder's not partaking.
You're not partaking.
Would Dolder be inclined to partake?
I mean, he's used to visions.
If he's used to visions, he might be able to help guide them while they're in the vision, if it's a shared one.
Yeah, you need to be even more of a guide in the vision.
Come on, Dolder.
Y'all know that's a fucking stretch and a half.
I'll ask Kalen, does he have any... Can he, like, make sure that we don't do anything or nothing comes in to attack us while we're doing this? Like, does he have... Can he just, like...
measures.
Yeah, ward the door and shit?
He just kind of looks around and says, "It's the veil. What? I mean, I know shit went down recently, but yeah, there's wards and stuff around my house to stop nasty shit from coming in. But
See, Dolder, we're safe. It's the veil. It's fine.
It is not my physical well-being I am concerned about.
Well, how are you going to protect us if we're all loopy-doop anyway, if you're not loopy-doop with us?
Exactly, get Loop to do.
You gotta be the logical mind in the loopy-doop. Loopy-doop, and I just hang like a piece of fruit in front of his face.
Dolder's just standing there kind of like trying to argue with this level of stupidity.
And I go, and it's like shove a piece of fruit in his mouth.
You're just shoving it in there.
I do like the thing you do with babies, like trying to give them the
TikTok.
food on a spoon.
No, you're not gonna eat it.
You start making not airplane noise, I'm assuming magic carpet noises.
Yeah.
The more you do that, the further down his eyebrows goes, and the more closer you get to him, the more that stare gets ranked up to, I'm about to fucking hit you.
We gotta do this or else we won't be able to find the thing. Just do it.
Come on, it'll be fun.
I'm waiting on Ram to go with the make a persuasion roll.
I am leaving this down to the party. If it was against an NPC, I'd be like, yeah, sure. It's entirely up to you. If you don't want to partake,
You want to
don't
know
have to.
where all these things are just as bad as we do, and how are we all supposed to figure it out when the one person that's having all these visions isn't there to put the pieces together? A vision is a vision for us, but you're the one that has all the rest of the pieces to the puzzle. What's it matter if Azuran knows where something is if he doesn't know the back to it?
Don't worry, guys. I'll guide us.
Please, you've got to come with that.
When Ayara says that, you see Dolder's face go from like starting to legitimately get pissed off to just pale with horror.
The realization that
very
you're
quietly.
When she says that, I just start mouthing, please, please, please.
Ayara elbows Azuran and is like, I knew that would work.
By Moradin's beard.
Alright, so
Shit I do for you fucks.
Is everyone partaking?
Yes.
Aye.
Garble, Lilith, are you doing it?
I think Garble's asleep.
Garble might be
I'm
asleep.
here.
Yeah.
There he is.
Don't worry, we'll be ending up soon.
He's partaking.
All right, everyone
If I know
partakes.
Garble.
I'm already half expecting
Everybody
to burn
doing
to the
So-
I'm
drugs.
already there chomping on them.
Everybody doing
Garble's already
drugs.
eaten.
You're on this kind of
Yeah.
circle, all looking at each other as you all start to kind of bite into this fruit. And the Feywild is already kind of filled with bright kind of colours and variations and kind of all bright kind of highly saturated kind of things that kind of slightly burns your eyes at times a little bit. All of a sudden, the colour just gets turned up and cranked into insane amounts until it gets to the point where it's completely blinding. And then you all find yourselves standing in the same in the same kind of circle position in a barren wasteland. Behind you is a gigantic tree about 50 to 60 feet in diameter that is currently wreathed in flame. This tree is familiar to a number of you. This was the tree that you crafted your bow from, Lilith. And this is the Feywild Gate that you traversed from, Dion. And Dulder, this is the vision of the tree that you saw when Moradin created the Dwarven race. Standing in this desolate wasteland around you, you start to kind of hear the approaching hoof steps of an approaching horse. You all turn around in the distance, you start to see this small kind of horse start to grow larger and larger and larger. This is the biggest horse you've ever seen. And currently riding on the back of it is a huge dragon-like creature. Humanoid in shape. Two curled horns kind of protrude from the back and kind of long kind of like cartilage-style dreadlocks form from the back. The tips of the horns are currently blue-shaped, and its scales are an amalgamation of all the different chromatic colours. It seemed once upon a time there might have been some metallic colour in the air at some point, but it seems they've long kind of faded and corroded. You start to see these kind of large kind of runic-style kind of sigils that are kind of burned into the armour and the blade. And the figure, as it gets closer and closer, starts to look familiar. Then you suddenly hear hoof steps from behind. Dulder, what's your AC?
I believe my AC is 21, but since D&D is Beyond is down, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty
it's
sure
21.
you're 21.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure it's 21.
But
So I want to say,
I can't
Quith,
load
is
it.
you're 22, right?
Yeah, I am at 22, and I thought that you were one below me.
Yeah, I know I'm just below you.
With the sound of the second pair of approaching footsteps of the hooves from another horse rider coming from behind, you instantly take 50 points of damage, piercing damage, into the back. As the rest of you spin round and see this tall, kind of gauntly thin, elvish form.
Come do drugs, they say. It'll be fun, they say.
One side of the hair is like knotted mess of like very patchy looking white hair, and the other side is a very familiar looking rose gold. There's like a large kind of quiver strap that is currently of a skinned orange fox that's kind of dashed across the front, and they're wielding a large black bow. As both of these individual figures are now starting to charge towards your group. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Oh, fuck
You son of a bitch.
I called it right before you said that. I was like, and that's what we're
I didn't want to start an encounter, a fight while everyone's D&D Beyond was broken.
that. And
No,
it's
you just want to
10:40.
stab the fuck out of me first and then get it going.
Mhm, gotta go for the healer.
Oh, hey, Dulder, you're trying new things. Punishment.
Right.
Well, at
You
least
don't ever want to trust your friends again.
when you come out of this, you could go, I told you so. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's
Fear
literally
of
like
Moradin in him.
as the fucking spear goes through his body, that's what goes through Dulder's head. is
I
like, this is
fucking
why
knew it.
shouldn't hang out with this fucking group.
But yes, it does seem some very horrible kind of futuristic versions of two of your party are approaching and out for blood.
Ugh.
Well,
Well.
now we know who's actually survives.
Yeah,
Yay!
right.
Everybody roll new characters. Just...
Yeah.
The rest of you got to turn up, yeah.
I'm to dust off Jim Bob.
Oh God, not Jim Bob.
You can team up with Brutus. Someone could take Brutus.
Move from one bard that's got
Yeah.
horns to another.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Swapping horny
One
bards.
horny bard.
What an oxymoron. They
Get
all
it?
are.
Get it? Oxy.
Good shit though, guys. There was a nice little bit of role playing there with no combat today. It was
Yeah.
cool.
Wow.
And I know that I have a big lore document I need to write up fucking tomorrow.
Good sesh. Good sesh.
There was a lot of exposition thrown out there.
It was that lord dump.
Lord.
Oh,
Lord.
Alright.
Yeah, good shit. Well,
Hell yeah.
until next time.
So,
Away. What?
did Kristen and Alex say they are available on next Friday or they're not?
No, we are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're starting to kind of get to the point of the campaign where I may start to need a couple, like an occasional break each week just to kind of prepare, because
Yeah.
we're starting to go into uncharted territory right now. So
Ooh.
But no, someone has to play Pokemon.
no, that's not the real life. That's not the real thing.
Well, I'm glad
You
streamed.
crazy. Yeah, and I've got.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I haven't been there for it yet, man.
It's all good. You just would have probably caused more chaos with the wheel, and I probably would have restarted the campaign. It's
We're
fine.
already
That's why you're
trying
doing
here.
it so late, so I can't join you do that.
Yep.
To be honest, I've been doing it late because that's literally I'd come home from work, eat my dinner, have a shower, stream. That's literally my routine.
It's asleep.
What is this
Start
sleep?
squeezing in, working on D&D, my guy.
There's gonna be some. It's gonna start getting some fucking fun shit from here. I'm telling you.
Fun
It's,
for you usually does not mean fun for us.
You know, it's all about.
It is fun for us,
Yeah.
though.
That's true. I like it a lot.
But
I'm having so much
when the
fun.
tension's building up, you kind of you experience a new thrill. It's cool.
It's
It is
great.
No pressure.
I love it when I feel like we're all about the TPK.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I love when I start sweating IRL.
Cannot wait for my new character, Gary.
No, you live. In the distance, you see a third individual approach.
The name of
who's
today's
Gary?
episode is Soul Survivor.
Don't worry about it.
What?
Gary is a deterrent.
Yeah.
Gary's a threat.
Yeah. Gary is a secondary character that Kristen has created so that they have ensured
So
that
that
Dion
Dion
will
never
never
dies.
die, because I do not want that thing anywhere near my campaign.
What is Gary
Nickname is the Sword of Damocles.
Go to bed.
Right, yeah. You go to bed, everyone.
Okay, if
Have
you
a good
said
all
so.
night.
Sorry. Arlo was just stuck. So I kicked him back out again
Oh.
because it was causing a bit of
I was like,
mayhem. He wouldn't
so
settle.
telling all of us to go to bed.
Yeah. I'm just going to end the session here as well, by the way, guys. Thank you very much for watching. There's going to be some fucking serious fucking cool shit coming up in the very near future with the D&D campaign. I'm really excited. And scared. Because, like I said, we're going into uncharted territory and no idea what's going to be happening from here on out. It could be absolutely anything. So, fun. But in the meantime, thanks for watching, guys, and bye-bye.